just getting lower due to perspective, right? And
It's
then gets
still,
obstructed by the.
in any model with a planar Earth, it's still thousands of miles in the sky.
We lie.
Yeah, and as it gets thousands and thousands of miles away from you, it would appear to get lower, right?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Alrighty then, we have a winner.
Buster Song. We'll be back.
Tell
in
him
a
what he
minute.
won, Bob.
So it does. So instead of disappearing,
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their minds. Become an agent of the logos. Become an agent of the logos. We are the agents of the logos.
where we stop seeing it or anything.
Yeah, so the apparent disk in the sky, which is the sun, the light disk, which you're calling it, that apparent position meets another apparent position of the horizon, which is made of what? Where the gas, air, atmosphere meets the solid ground, trees, mountains, buildings. Yeah, and you don't think that would obstruct things bottom up?
Not at all. No. It's either complete obstruction or none at all.
Okay, so let me ask you something. You got a water tower in front of you, all right? There's a helicopter that landed on that water tower. You're looking at both of them. You're looking up, right? At a certain angle. What you pick the distance. It doesn't matter. You're looking up at that water tower, and the helicopter is landed on top of it. Now the helicopter takes off and flies directly away from you, would it ever appear to get lower than the top of the water tower?
Yes, it would.
Why?
Because the water tower is higher than me, and the helicopter as well. But due to perspective, all parallel lines converge into this distance into one single point.
Whoa, right.
So-
wait a minute, guys.
Let me
I-
finish.
Yeah, well, I was thinking you want to start again, right, before you finish. Because we're live and there's people listening in now that obviously they've come in halfway through the conversation. So, I think you're not going to finish anyway, are you? So could you recap and let us know what we're going on? Because somebody said something
I'll
about...
recap my position.
Yeah, go
I've been taught that the sun goes below the horizon, which is the sphericity of what they tell me I live on. Now I've learned that due to perspective, refraction, and several other things, you can have a light in the sky, we're calling it the sun right now, going away from you, appearing to get lower in your vision, reach a certain point where the atmospheric, the buildings, the tree line, whatever is in the distance that's above your viewing height would obstruct that object, which at this point is the sun, and usually would do it bottom up. Now, in certain instances, when you're at altitude or out on the open water where there's no obstruction, the atmosphere sometimes would block it bottom up, depending on the conditions. Other time, the sun never gets obstructed bottom up and just vanishes. Other times, the sun turns into all types of different shapes. It depends on the conditions of the day in that case. But if you have something in the distance that's taller than you, of course that's going to obstruct the sun bottom up as it appears to get lower in your vision due to perspective. If anyone disagrees with that, I can't help them.
I see. So sometimes you say it's just the atmosphere, and sometimes it's an actual object or something that obstructs the sun. Or can you clarify that?
We can't see forever. So if we could see forever, we could see that distant mountain or tall building or tree line that would be thousands and thousands of miles away sometimes on the ocean. But since we know we can't see forever, then as the sun does get far away from you and goes down due to perspective, it gets caught into that layer of dense air that the light can't penetrate back to the viewer. We don't gather that information anymore because it's distorted. And then you have, sometimes it gets misshaped, it just blinks out into a dot, or it gets obstructed bottom up because the lower to the surface, the more dense that atmosphere is. So that causes the bottom up obstruction.
I disagree with that, because we can actually see through the complete air mass of the atmosphere. Because at night, for example, we see stars that are clearly
not at the horizon. Not at the horizon.
Directly above the horizon, right?
No, not like 15 degrees out on the open water. You don't see stars because of the dense atmosphere. You don't even know your own model.
Yeah. Have you ever done any observations like that, Hoymar? Or are you just assuming?
No, I have. I have done observations like that.
Provide a photograph or a video of a star at your horizon. Go ahead, we'll wait.
But what sort of angle are you talking of here?
I'll post a link. It's directly above the horizon. And it shows refraction. So, but that's a different topic anyway. The problem is that with the sun, you're claiming it's what's it called? Attenuation of light that blocks the sun as it sets, right?
Is that horizon above those mountains in the distance? Is that what you're talking about in that picture there?
Yeah.
So you're saying that the horizon in that picture is above the mountains?
It is, yeah, because the observer is higher than those mountains, right? So you see down on the layer of fog or whatever that is, and yeah, up to the horizon.
On your model.
Either way.
Are you sure? On your model?
No, wait. This is a video. That's not a mod. That's not a model.
Yeah, no, I'm saying on your model, though, right? You've got the horizon being higher than the mountains in the distance. Right? Even I would say whenever you see the mountains would be the topographical horizon, right? You wouldn't ever be able to see the horizon beyond them.
Do you think this is an artificial horizon or the true
No, I'm just
horizon?
saying, when Rakia just said you don't see the stars until a certain distance above the horizon, it seems like you are saying that distance above the horizon is actually the horizon, where the stars start showing. Is that what you're calling the horizon in this picture?
No, I'm calling the horizon the apparent line where the fog layer, this whatever that is made of, be it fog or land in the distance, meets the sky visually.
Okay, so you
that's the
think
definition of
that's
horizon.
land in the distance that's higher
I'm not sure what it is.
than
I'm
the
not sure
mountains in
no,
the
it's not
distance.
higher. That's not how perspective works, Beth.
It definitely looks like
observer,
it's above the mountains there in that picture, doesn't it?
As you can see, the observer is actually at a higher elevation than those distant mountains.
Mm-hmm.
So you can still see the true horizon in the distance,
Slightly
horizon above those mountains, right?
Yeah, that's what I said. You are saying that the true horizon, i.e., the horizon over water, is that's in the distance over there, right? You're saying that's the water, the horizon.
Yeah. I assume that's a true horizon, but it doesn't even matter.
Above the mountains. At least in the picture, it's above the mountains.
Yeah, because the observer itself is above the mountains.
Mm-hmm.
So Rakia was on this ocean when he did this, and you're on top of a mountain. How do you equate the two?
It doesn't make that much of a difference. The air masses that you have to look through to still see those stars are not substantially different.
He specifically asks you about the horizon on the ocean, though, so yeah, they're not the same.
Yeah, I'm afraid I don't have a video of that at hand, but you can see stars directly above the horizon. That definitely works.
If you
However,
say that the horizon's where the lights start, yeah.
Well, where lights are? No, where the sky meets the ground.
Please? Can you see where the lights hit that? That sort of the lighter. It's a horizontal across these, is it? Where the real bright ones start on that line, and then some of the others then seem to be either in the distance or getting fainter.
Which lights do you mean exactly?
The lights in the picture. Is that what you're talking about? Sorry, am I not looking at the right picture?
We are, but there's a lot of there's star trails, and there are lights on the ground, and so on.
Yeah.
But where the lights in the sky hit the line horizontally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Can you see that? I'm just saying, what's the reasoning for the faintness of some of the other lines as they get nearer to that? And what is the line behind that that's light again? Why is it lighter at the back again, like another layer?
If you actually watch the video, these faint lines are just progressing stars that haven't, that's like a long exposure shot of the lights actually moving. That's why it creates lines. And
I've taken star trails before. I know what I've done.
Yeah, it's a long exposure shot. So what we see in distance, is probably some atmospheric effects. It could even be, what's it called? Aurora Borealis, something like that.
Where is it? Where's the picture taken?
This was taken in.
And how high is the
This was taken in Chile. Yeah, that's actually an observatory that we see there.
Yeah, is that in the south?
Yeah, it's on the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, I thought that because it might be the lights are going downwards. It looks like the star trails are going downwards rather than what we would consider in the upward direction. Because by the way,
Doesn't that depend on whether you're looking east or west?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the one who brought the picture that we're looking at.
Oh,
I was the drone that took the picture.
It wasn't actually a drone. I think it's on. It's located on a mountain top, looking down at a second
Another observatory.
Observatory. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what we're looking at is called the Atacama Desert in Chile.
So it's not water then.
Oh, it's not water. No.
Oh. So it is
but
land.
I would still say it's a
Land
true horizon,
manages
isn't it?
I don't know. You're saying that the land actually rises in the distance to be higher than the mountains
land
that are
the
there.
land is level. The land is level. It just has a layer of fog lying on top of it.
But you said that horizon is where the lights started, right?
Where lights started.
Mm-hmm. That's what you would do. You were using it as a proof that the lights start at the horizon.
They don't start. No, it's star trails. And
yeah, the star trails start at the horizon. You said. Rakia said they don't. There's a 15 to 30 degree sort of iffy zone where
you wouldn't
there
see
isn't.
exactly.
You don't see the stars at all.
Yeah, but we do see the stars until they meet the ground, like the horizon.
Okay,
Whether
so
that
what
is
you're
actually
saying is,
a desert or a fog layer doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, but what you're saying, right, as it is, you're up on top of a very high mountain, obviously, because you're looking down on an observatory, right? And then you're looking down at, obviously, all of that other stuff. But in the distance, you've got, in the far distance, further than any of those other ranges of mountains, you've got a desert that is, in the picture, higher than the mountains.
Have you never seen that happen? If you stand at a high point,
I've definitely
you can
seen it
look
happen.
at a
I'm
much
just asking you, are you
greater
sure
distance.
that's what your model would be saying? Or should everything be dropping in the distance? Just make sure with what your model should be saying. Because I'm saying, that's fine, but that isn't the horizon that you're looking at there.
You're
right,
trying to
one.
string up another paradox of yours.
That's not the horizon.
It is the horizon.
It's not.
The definition
not
of the horizon is where
place where the stars and
it's the apparent place
the land is
where the sky meets the ground.
Okay.
So I mean, we can we agree that?
So you're definitely saying that's
line,
the horizon, right? For you,
yeah, I am.
On your model,
for me,
in reality,
indeed.
that is the horizon for you, and the horizon being where the land apparently meets the sky.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that shows that starlight is not attenuated by the atmosphere, but Rakia claimed that. Oh, he actually left. Anyway, Rakia claimed that the sun sets due to the fact that the light has to travel through the atmosphere. But so that demonstrates that this is not in fact the case.
Now, you were just talking about the lights in the sky, because Rakia said, I can remember, he said, the lights in the sky don't show up till about 15, 30 degrees, something like that, I think he said.
But doesn't that, what I just posted, show exactly that they do in fact show up?
That shows that they show up there, but that doesn't mean that is the horizon, does it?
So what is the horizon according to you? If you look at that picture,
if you look at that picture, I haven't got a clue where the horizon is.
Or if you watch the video,
you're the one that said it.
No, can you make a positive statement what you think the horizon is in that picture or in the video?
Well, I haven't watched the video.
Okay,
we're
then
on
let's
a
just
live,
take the.
We're on a live Discord right now.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
On YouTube. I can't just be watching videos that you decide
Okay,
to
yeah,
post.
I understand that.
Okay. We're okay, we've got it fine. You think the horizon in the distance on that picture is higher than the mountains. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, I do. I mean, do you think that's impossible if Earth is a sphere, that you can't go high enough to look over a mountain but still see the horizon in the distance?
Would you say that horizon in the distance might be rising to eye level? At least in the picture?
It doesn't look like that to me.
No.
I'm not sure what
good.
angle the camera is at. So we would have
the
to
angle
assume
of the
that it's,
camera matter?
horizontal or something. Which is,
I don't know. Would
problematic.
you assume that or not?
You can't just assume
It's
that,
problematic. Horizontal is problematic. Yes.
No, it's problematic to assume that the angle the camera is aligned at. So we don't know if where eye level is for the camera.
The apparent horizon distance extend with the angle of the camera, do you think? The physical location of the... does it have a physical location, the horizon over there?
Well, it's not defined as that, no. It's defined as an apparent line. Which is, of course, influenced by the underlying, the geometry of Earth and, refraction and the terrain or the surface you're looking at.
Calculable, do you reckon?
The horizon?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but it's complicated.
Oh, wow.
Because you have to factor in a lot of influences.
Yeah.
Not only the geometric shape of Earth.
Like your model. Yeah, we know.
I'd say make a point.
I'd just say before we go, it's an apparent position, so of course not, which should be the answer. You can't calculate it or measure it or anything.
Well, you could say at this height, you see this far on that shape, whether Earth is, you assume Earth to be a sphere or,
well, you could say that,
a horizontal plane.
Difference.
You could say at this distance, my angle of resolution is too small to resolve anything, so that will be the horizon on a planar surface.
What you could actually do would be to say that it's just an apparent position. You can't
it's defined as that. Yeah.
Go on, Saragaki.
I just want to, back up Rakia. He was on the ocean when he made the claim that you can't see the stars below 15 degrees. He was on the ocean, meaning basically at sea level, looking over open ocean, water apparently meeting the sky, being the horizon there. Not on top of a mountain. It's a very different argument you're bringing forth now, or even discussing at the moment. It has nothing to do with what Rakia actually said and what he meant by what he said earlier.
And I'd just like to point out that these are the games that Hoymar constantly plays, and it's getting boring, Hoymar.
Yeah.
You bring nothing new, and you only constantly play games.
I don't play games.
Yes, you do.
Let's actually look at the ocean. Rakia claimed it's 10 to 15 degrees.
Which
at
image?
sea level.
Which image?
At sea level, yeah. And that's from the coast. And that's not a very clear sky, that's a cloudy sky. I'll post a link to the video as well. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it goes pretty far down, You could probably say that...
the stars don't go to the horizon there, do they?
No, because the sky, it's not a clear sky even.
Yeah, but that's what he said.
But they still go pretty far down, don't they? Even on
show us a picture of
sky.
The stars not going to the horizon as a proof that the stars do go to the horizon, because that would be pathetic. wouldn't it?
Yeah, but we don't observe the sun
Cloudy.
to set at the same height that these stars are.
Are you taking it to something else? We
disappear.
were just talking about stars at the beginning.
Well, light, any light that reaches your eye from the horizon,
That's not
right?
what he
Like
was
from
saying.
that direction,
You
from
gotta
that
do
general
just any light.
distance.
Okay, like a boat, like a lighthouse.
Yeah, but you could even say that, yeah.
Yeah. You're going to
Well,
equate a
that's,
lighthouse
that's
with
obviously
the lights
less
in
distant.
the sky. Yeah, that's pretty
Yeah, I mean,
pretty good of you. Yeah.
you just can't get around the fact that sunsets that we observe do not at all fit the assumption that the sun is just circling above a.
Have you
planet
never
Earth.
seen the sun just fade out above the horizon, Hoimar?
You see that only a few times. Like that's a very.
Have you never seen
seldomly.
this? Have you never seen it?
I have.
You have seen it.
Yeah, but that's
So
the overall
sunsets
degree.
at the horizon aren't the rule.
The other rule. The rule is that a sun sets as a large disk or ball of fire or whatever you want to call it at the horizon. It intersects.
Whatever
the
do
horizon.
you want to call it? You're the one talking about it. Don't tell us what we
Yeah,
want.
okay.
What do
a
you
ball.
want to call it?
I'll call it. I call it a ball for simplicity's sake.
Okay.
I've
but
seen the
is that what you
sunset
do?
fade out above the horizon
So it's
plenty of times.
Which is the rule, DP? If you look at the most recent picture, the right variant or the left variant?
Super straw man.
Yeah, absolutely.
No,
I'm not
can
even
you give
looking
me an
at you,
answer?
stupid.
What's the rule? Like on the open ocean,
How would you ever expect to see that ever?
No, that's edited, obviously.
Yeah, because that doesn't happen in reality, does it?
Of course not.
Straw man.
I think that's kind of the point.
It is. Yeah. I mean, we can. I have a different one, which illustrates the same thing, basically.
Is this based on what Rakia said when he was on the ocean earlier? Because this is not about.
Yeah, what?
It's just
what
a different
exactly?
issue of
Please,
sunsets
Hoimar,
over a
please
flat
wait.
Earth.
Before we start, what is your claim? What is it you're saying?
My claim is that the observation of a sunset disproves a flat Earth or planar Earth with
Which
topography
sunset?
or whatever
Which-
you want to call it.
Which
Like,
sunset,
what's
Hoimar?
the flat Earth?
Who
The
claimed
overwhelming
that?
majority of sunsets.
Okay,
like when
but
it
what
doesn't
are you
fade out
saying?
in a fog or
What
something.
are you
right?
saying
Oh,
the flat Earth is saying? Because you come in here saying, this is a sunset. I'm going to put this up against the flat Earth claim. Now, what, please, is the flat Earth claim that you're also doing, right? You've got to give us the straw
Yeah.
man that you're giving us this for as well.
It's not a straw
Come on,
man.
yeah,
it's
it
a
is.
logical
Come on.
conclusion of your claims.
No, I have
That
not made a
level is
claim.
horizontal,
No, you've just
that we live
claimed
on one
that there's
shared
a flat
horizontal
Earth
plane
claim,
with
Hoimar.
some elevation.
Hoimar, you've claimed there's a flat Earth claim, to which you are bringing this to burn it, right? This is the straw man killer. So please tell us the straw man that you're going to burn with this.
There is no straw man. This is your claim, and the claim of flat
What's
earthers.
my claim?
What is the claim?
That we live on a horizontal plane with topography.
Nobody ever said that. I've never heard anybody.
You say it all the time. Why
No,
are you running
nobody's
from your
ever
own claims?
heard say
do
no.
you actually?
Don't claim
do you
that.
Fear,
You've just claimed
do you
it, right?
fear your claims?
Have you have just claimed it? There you go. Here's Mick West talking about a horizontal plane. Is that what you're talking about? That horizontal plane that Mick West's talking about there?
I have no clue what Mick West is talking about in that
He's
that
talking
gif.
about a horizontal plane. He was talking. What he was doing was Sean Hufford was talking about level being a circle, and Mick West was saying, "Don't be silly. Level is a horizontal plane."
Yeah, no. Let me demonstrate that you
A
are
horizontal
actually
plane. Is
claiming
that the horizontal
Let me
plane
just
that you were
demonstrate
just
that you're
talking about?
You're either dishonest or just you don't
Is
grasp
that
what you're claiming.
Hoimar, Don't tell me I'm dishonest. Is that the horizontal plane you're talking about? The horizontal plane that Mick West told Sean Hufford level isn't a circle. It's a horizontal plane. Now, is that the horizontal plane you're talking about? The flat earth claim that Mick West seemed to have made?
I'm not sure I want to go down that route. I only wanted to say that you are claiming
you
water
said we were claiming
lies...
a horizontal plane, and I was
water
asking you if
okay,
that
can I
horizontal
make a
plane
point?
is the same horizontal plane that Mick West is talking about. Or is it a different horizontal plane? Can you please define the horizontal plane that you say we are claiming, but I'm saying Mick West?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, we all know what a horizontal plane is, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, you're saying that water lies in a horizontal plane. Water at rest, right? Level water,
A water
according to
level,
you, lies in a horizontal
is a
plane,
tool
right?
for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Correct.
Yes.
So,
as
according
is
to you,
an auto
water
level,
is...
a spirit
Mhm.
level,
Mhm.
all of the tools called level.
So the ocean is also a horizontal plane, right?
Why would you say that? Have you ever heard
Because
of
it's
the
a
waves?
huge... It's a huge, basin of water.
I think we did this in the text chat earlier, right? I'll tell you again, like I told you earlier. The
Do you say the ocean is a basin of
level
water?
is a mean sea level. That's the datum that we start with, the mean. It's a mean because it goes up and down. It's not level.
Do you say that water level that the water, a leveling tool has, or the ocean has, is lying in one horizontal plane?
The tool is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Now, if you want to put water in a canal and put a lock at each end of it, then that water level definitely horizontal. There's no tides on it. There's no waves. It doesn't occur on a canal. So that would be level. All the same level. Until you open the lock gates and it went up or down, depending on which locks at which end of the water you used, yeah.
So can you confirm or deny that your claim is that water is when at rest lies in one horizontal plane?
Sorry, say that again. Go on.
Can you confirm or deny that water at rest is lying in one level horizontal plane?
Can I confirm it? Yeah.
Confirm or deny that?
I can confirm it, yeah. Can you?
Okay.
Do you think
so?
You
The ocean is a horizontal plane.
No.
That's a false equivalency.
Well, what are you talking
Just
about?
explain
It is.
to you why it's not.
Well, that's absolutely dishonest of you, really. That. I mean,
Very much so.
I
And
hope
it's
people
really
can hear
annoying
that.
to listen to.
Yeah.
Hallmark.
Yeah,
Please stop
it is really annoying to listen to, Hoimar. And this is another one of your stupid games.
Yeah. Misrepresentation
It's
of an
pathetic.
argument, like blatantly.
So, how about this? How about if you guys present your claims then?
What, that water level
No, your claims
at
about what the Earth
rest
are. How
is
about-
a
how about we do that
horizontal
so we
plane
can
of
just-
reference. That claim.
No, like, why don't you present your claims about the Earth so we don't get them wrong or misrepresent you?
A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Okay, that's not what I asked for.
That's
You
exactly
said a
what
claim.
you asked for.
You asked for
No,
a claim,
it's a claim about the Earth.
so you didn't misrepresent it.
No, he was trying to represent your claim about the Earth, and you
Sorry,
said
you
misrepresented
keep.
it.
Sorry, your voice keeps going. What is it you're talking about?
Okay,
So you
so you
say
said that he
the
was trying
Earth.
to. Yes.
Right. Well, we're
He
not.
was-
We're talking about water level.
Okay. Okay, so why
And
don't you give your.
Sam, why are you white knighting for him?
Yeah,
He's a
Okay.
big boy. He can speak for himself.
Okay, why don't
No,
you guys be
let's talk.
big boys
It's
and make your
Sit,
claim?
sit back down again, Sam.
We're all in.
So why
We're
don't
all in the
you-
voice
Good
chat.
lad.
Let people join the discussion.
No,
Yeah.
because we were talking about sunsets, and then everything just keeps changing.
You
So it's
weren't.
nothing but obfuscation.
We
You
were
weren't,
So
talking
make
about
Sam.
so
ocean
my
on
point
the
is
Right. Well,
stars.
make your guys' claims.
okay. Right. Okay. The claim, all horizontals are parallel to each other. The claim, right? Now,
Okay.
all horizontals are also parallel to the plane of the horizon, meaning, claim, the horizon is horizontal. Claim. All of the horizontals are parallel to each other and the plane of the horizon, because the plane of the horizon is also a horizontal plane. So therefore, I can quite safely make the claim that all horizontals, that's every one of them, are parallel to each other. Every other horizontal.
Okay. So how did you establish that every horizontal, all of them, is
Can you establish that that was a very clear claim that was made?
Yes, and so I'm asking you.
So
about
you
your
are
claim.
with us. You understand the claim
Yes,
that
I'm
is
asking you
being
about
made.
your claim now.
Mhm.
So how did you establish that all horizontals are parallel, and there is none in any circumstances that they would not be?
I've never found one. I've been on a search for forever, and I've never found one. But I mean, maybe not. Maybe we could start a GoFundMe, right? To have the great search, we could get the entire population, right, to go on the hunt for a horizontal that isn't parallel to another horizontal or the plane of the horizon. Do you reckon that'd be a worthwhile? I think we could get everybody to come together for that.
So you haven't falsified this yet?
I haven't falsified horizontals being parallel.
Okay. So you can't claim it as fact until you falsify it.
Sorry?
So you can't claim it as a fact until you've tried to falsify it.
Sorry? Say that again. Go on.
You can't claim it as a fact until you try to falsify it. Otherwise, you're just asserting it without evidence.
Try to falsify it.
Yes, that's what I said.
Yeah, well, I have tried, but there's, like I say, they all seem to be absolutely parallel to each other all the time.
And what have you done to try to falsify it?
Well, I've tried to find one that isn't parallel to another.
By doing what?
By testing horizontals. I've got a few different tools that get horizontals.
I mean, are you just running around with a level? Is that what you're doing?
I've got a few different levels, yeah. But I don't run around with them. You can't really establish a level in a horizontal plane if you're running around with it. Even though they are always there, right? We know that.
Okay, but if you're going to use this to debunk the globe or make a claim about what the Earth is, to debunk
the globe. I was just saying.
You need to make sure you address what the opposing side.
I have managed to prove, at least geometrically, that the horizontal plane that the water level establishes is straight, like a normal plane is. Like as you would imagine, the horizontal plane is like a two-dimensional surface, right? As you would know, all the shortest distances and all of that sort of stuff in reality. Yeah, I mean, we've done quite a bit of stuff.
Okay, but have you tested it at different locations? You've come to the right
place. Yeah, we've definitely tested it. Yeah.
Yes, but have you tested it at different locations to say this horizontal line and this orientation?
We've only done it once at the minute, but we will be doing more tests this year coming up soon, hopefully in the spring.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why is it listed as an undeniable? If this hasn't really been thoroughly tested,
the horizontal paradox is it's a paradox, right?
Well,
for your model,
evidently, because you haven't really tested it thoroughly. You're just telling me.
We've tested it loads. How much have you tested it?
No, you're the one making the claim.
Yeah.
So why would I test your claim?
Okay. So what, do you have a counterclaim or anything? Or are you just one of those naysayers that goes, I don't believe you?
Okay, well, again, so we can compare to what the globe model states. And if it's going to
Oh, you've
debunk
got a
it,
model.
you should make sure you get it
You've got
correct.
your model. Okay. Now, what
Yeah.
does your model say about horizontal planes?
It says it's you can establish it at a location, at a point. Like, what more do you want to know? Like, it's perpendicular to the vertical at that point, whatever the plumb bob direction
At
is.
the point. You know what
Yeah,
a point is?
at
What's
position.
your definition of a point?
At that position.
At that position. Okay,
Yeah.
that horizontal plane. How big's the horizontal plane?
I mean, a plane can be infinite, but I'm saying the location where it's established.
Okay. So
That
what
point.
about if you move along that plane? Would all of the perpendiculars to that plane, would they all be parallel?
Would all the perpendiculars to the plane be parallel?
Yeah.
You mean...
At least geometrically.
You mean perpendicular to that one point?
To that
yes,
plane,
if they are perpendicular to that single plane, yes.
Okay, now perpendicular to a horizontal plane, what's that? What do you call that?
Perpendicular to a plane.
Yeah, what do you call perpendicular to a horizontal plane?
To a horizontal plane would be vertical.
Okay, and then you'd be fine with all of those verticals being parallel.
Okay, but see here, you're inferring that every line is going to be vertical at their own given points on Earth.
I mean, the plumb bob is always vertical wherever you hang it. So
Yes, but have you proven down that plane, maybe several kilometers down that horizontal plane, from where you established it, that plumb bob is still in the same direction?
You said it was infinite.
Yes,
and all perpendiculars to the plane will be parallel.
Yes,
and if it's a horizontal plane, then all perpendiculars to that horizontal plane will be vertical.
If you're just referencing a horizontal plane, not referencing Earth.
No, we've always been referencing the horizontal plane, like we have anyway.
Okay, so you're not referencing Earth.
We're referencing the horizontal plane.
Okay, so what exactly are you proving?
Established by
that
the
verticals are
water
parallel
level.
According to, like, it's really
Earth is
just
what you measure from the horizontal plane, Sam. You know this. We've been over this a bunch of
yes.
times.
Again, you establish it at a given point, right? The plane can per se extend
Between
infinitely.
at least 2 points.
And
at least 2 points.
You said established at a point. You said you said you establish horizontal at a point.
Horizontal's not a point.
Yes, it's a plane.
You
I know.
establish it between 2 points.
But
at least 2 points.
Yes,
again. You have to establish a line.
He might be thinking about the vertical datum, though, right? That point, a datum.
Yeah, maybe.
Is that what you're thinking of?
No, because you're saying you use a water level to establish a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Use a what?
Right.
A water level.
That's great.
Level?
Yeah.
You can anything perpendicular to that horizontal plane you can call vertical. Okay, cool. That's fine.
And all of those verticals on that horizontal plane will be parallel, right?
Okay, but that doesn't mean you're referencing to the vertical in accordance with Earth. You're according to the vertical in reference to that plane.
But like if we were to be walking down a canal and I were to hold a plumb bob, then it would be perpendicular to the surface, right? Of the water.
So you established a plane at the start of a canal and started sailing through it, and then held a plumb bob the entire way where that plane is that goes over the water, and you said it was pointing in the same direction as the vertical.
It would be perpendicular to the horizontal.
No, we don't care about the horizontal.
Yeah, because the water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference. Therefore, the plumb bob travelling along it, dangling down, will be perpendicular to that horizontal plane.
Yes, but just because there's a horizontal plane...
There's no need for you to but.
But just because there's a horizontal plane does not mean that plane is going to stay absolutely level with the Earth, ignoring topography. That's what you're not proving. That's what you.
The water level doesn't care what's underneath it.
Again, so that
Earth is measured from that horizontal plane as reference.
Yes, not a single
that's what
horizontal plane.
Are.
Not a single horizontal plane. Not a single horizontal plane. A horizontal plane that they established at that area.
Vertically, there's infinite planes. Yes.
Yes.
There's infinite horizontal planes vertically measured. Yes. What's the problem?
Okay, but you haven't proven that one horizontal line will stay level with Earth, ignoring topography.
What do you mean ignoring topography? It's
ignoring
topography
the
is what's
rise and
measured
fall
from the horizontal plane.
Yes, ignoring the rise and fall of elevation, just giving a mean sea level and saying it will not change distance from that given line, no matter where it is established and how far it's.
You have no idea how a water level works, do you?
Oh, okay, so
Measuring elevation or a level at all, for that matter, seems like.
Okay, but have you established that plane, that infinitely reaching plane, will always stay at the same elevation as long as you ignore topography? Right? Have you guys established
What
that?
do you mean at the same
Because
elevation?
that's the crux of your argument.
What do you mean?
That means
the same
elevation. That means how much it rises and lowers below like the mean sea level or average sea level, right?
Somebody needs to take it
whatever
through
that
the fundamentals.
Whatever that line is.
Guaranteed. If you establish a horizontal plane and you start walking, you're going to go up and down through that horizontal plane eventually, right? We're not talking about the surface that you're measuring from the horizontal plane. We're talking about the horizontal plane itself. You keep on bringing it to the surface and you're getting it confused.
Yes, because the horizontal plane, as you say, should run parallel with the Earth, ignoring topography, elevation change, right? It should stay at that same average level above Earth.
Parallel with Earth, ignoring topography. So you're just going to ignore Earth.
Yes, you're going to get an average elevation. You're going to get an average elevation and say, on average, it does not change in elevation.
Average elevation?
Like sea level.
Do you know how mean sea level is measured? Have you ever looked into that?
It doesn't really matter how it's measured. What matters is
it's extremely crucial.
It's this level.
It's extremely crucial to what you're trying to say here, dude.
See, what you're doing is you're trying to
he'll highly dismiss it when it doesn't help his model.
What? Because I can look it up in like 2 seconds and learn about it. It's irrelevant.
Have you ever done it?
Nothing to do with
Google attack. I don't think you can keep up with the Google.
Have you ever done it since it only takes 2 seconds to do? Have you ever done it?
Done what, sorry?
He said no, because he could look it up in 2 seconds and learn about it. So obviously he knows nothing about it.
Okay, again, so what does that have to do with mean sea level being a plane or a
if you're going to talk about mean sea level, you should at least know how...
Yeah, it's not actually that complicated. Measuring sea level, it was done for the for UK.
Is it your turn to white knight for him now?
He's been googling it while he was talking.
Well, you guys are piling up on like 1 or 2 persons. So who's not white knighting for whom?
White knighting for Sam now, are you? Sam's spiraling. So
Good afternoon. Let's have a say. So we're not all jumping on that.
Yeah. Okay. So, Hoymar, are you going to teach us how mean sea level is established?
Yeah, I'm going to teach you. No, I'm just going to explain from what I know what they did for the datum of the UK. So mean sea level for the area of the UK, right? What they did is they measured sea level at a specific position. Like at the coast or something, over several years, which gave them
somewhere
an array. Can you let me make my point, DP? They measured it over a specific period of time.
6 years.
Over several years, 6 years. Yeah.
There you go.
So they got an array of values.
Every 15 minutes, and 24 hours a day, 365 days a year for 6 years.
It was like in 1913 or something.
And then
they got an array of values, and they averaged it, and that was then taken as the mean sea level for the area around the UK.
And then I've got a picture. I've got a picture there that everyone can see. That little brass bolt. It says the tidal observatory was established to determine the mean sea level that is the starting point for levelling in the UK. The starting point for levelling in the UK. This brass bolt is the benchmark for the whole of the United Kingdom. That is, all heights are referenced to this point. That one bolt that was established because they did a mean of the sea levels, because they went up and down, and they got a mean for 6 years, every 15 minutes, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
Okay, so
the DP, it is on the coast actually.
So when
well done. Yeah.
when I say,
you surprised me.
here's the
Mean sea
follow-on
level
question to
being
that.
measured.
well, wait a
at
minute,
the coast.
I've not finished
You
yet.
surprised me.
Not finished. When I say I'm 100 feet above mean sea level in the UK, being wherever I am, and DP says he's 90 feet, that means that I'm 10 feet higher than him, because that's reference to that one bolt. Now, do you get that? You understand that elevations, all of the
That
elevations
means-
across the entire UK, right, are all referenced to that one spot, one point.
Mm-hmm.
It's called
that's
the datum.
like a datum, yeah. So
Yeah, which is by the coast.
All elevations are referred to from that point
By the
on.
coast, yeah.
Can you sea level not having it close?
So, Beth, what you just said only works if the level is a horizontal plane.
They've
Otherwise,
done a differential
you won't be
leveling across the
you won't
entire UK.
necessarily-
Yeah. Local surveyors using differential leveling have established all of the elevations across the entire UK, all referenced to that one point locally. Yeah.
Using triangulation, a network of triangular distances.
Not for the elevations.
Slope angles.
Not for the elevations.
So you're claiming that the mean sea level is a horizontal plane?
I'm not claiming that.
You do,
Okay.
Beth. You do all the
That's
time.
good.
No, it's a datum point, isn't it? The mean sea level is a datum point. It's a brass bolt in the.
Your definition of level is a horizontal plane.
Yeah, a tool called a level establishes a horizontal plane of reference. Yep. Big thumbs up.
Because it has 2 points. 2 points on a water level. Maybe you didn't get that part.
Mm-hmm.
So shouldn't that mean sea level be a horizontal plane then?
Mean sea level is a datum.
When it's only 1 point. 1 point,
yes,
not
but
2 points.
Shouldn't it be?
Shouldn't it be what?
Be a horizontal plane?
It's a
No, it's a vertical.
It's on a vertical datum. Do you not know anything about coordinate systems? You know, because we said all horizontals are parallel to each other, then you can just have a horizontal and move it up and down on a vertical scale. That's how you know the distance, the height something is above it. Like, you know, when you were a kid and you went to go and get measured, you'd put your feet at the thing and you'd be like, that's the height that you are. That's because there's 2 horizontal planes established. And the distance between those is a vertical height.
But
that's how elevations are measured. Like,
at this point, we only have a vertical datum. We only have that sea level. We don't have a horizontal plane. You assert that, but that's not established in
differential
reality.
leveling. Yeah.
You
Have you heard of it?
establish it from that point. You have to
That
use
point
a
is a
level
vertical
You've been
datum.
agreeing.
in order to establish the horizontal plane.
You've been agreeing with the meme that I've posted every time I've posted it, Hoimar, and I've just posted it again. So maybe you might want to agree with it again.
I agree with
It's
that.
like a
Yeah,
constant,
there's
like,
nothing wrong with that meme.
regression. So weird.
All of those horizontal planes are parallel, like it says. All of those, like, you agree with it. Like, you
course I
seem
do,
really mixed up. What is it
He
you're
is mixed
disagreeing
up,
with
but
then?
What's the problem with that? What's the problem with that
What's your
coming from
problem?
your perspective? Why do you
So,
think
like,
that is a problem for
so
me?
we're okay with an established sea level, mean sea level, at being that plaque in one place, and then all of the other heights are established on the vertical datum. Horizontal planes are parallel. That's how I started off with the first claim. All horizontals are parallel. Horizontal planes.
In reference to one datum?
In reference to every other horizontal ever.
In reference to
every
other
horizontal
datum?
in reference to every other horizontal, in reference to the plane of the horizon, wherever you are, yes, all
but that's still
parallel.
What you have not proven yet.
It should be easy to falsify then, shouldn't it?
So I've
never managed to falsify it. I can't. I've never managed
any
to
other vertical datum and its horizontals on it are parallel with every other vertical datum's horizontal. That's what needs to be shown.
Yeah, vertical and horizontal are always perpendicular. Yeah. All of the
again. So that's what you need to show.
Show what? That vertical and horizontal are perpendicular?
No, you need to show that every other vertical datum established with a plumb bob has horizontals on it that are parallel with any other horizontal on a vertical datum established with another plumb bob.
That's how every other ones would do. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's how it works in America too. Where do you live?
Measured.
But again, no, you haven't. We're not measuring elevation.
Sam?
You have to show that.
Where do you live, Sam?
I said that's how elevation is measured. I didn't say that is measuring elevation. I said that's how it's measured. That principle is what measuring elevation is based on.
Yeah, that's fine. But again, the horizontal lines on that datum.
It's proven every time that somebody measures elevation.
No, you're taking one datum and saying there are some horizontal lines on it and saying, look, every other one is horizontal now.
Yeah.
You've skipped the point where you've used another
vertical point.
No, you've skipped the point where you used another vertical datum point, another plumb bob, with its own set of horizontals, and shown that their orientation has not changed.
Yeah, all horizontals are parallel, dude. What are you not understanding? What do you say we have to show? Again, please.
I mean, I pretty clearly said it.
Yeah.
So you have a vertical datum or a vertical line, or whatever, established with a plumb bob.
Mm-hmm.
And the claim is that every horizontal along that line, perpendicular to that vertical line, will be parallel without changing their orientation to another vertical line with its own horizontals at that point established with a different plumb bob.
Wow, that seemed really complicated. Do you want to try and work that out again and try and... I'm sure you could make it a bit more concise than that.
I've said it like twice now, actually. I think I've said it 3 times now.
Yeah. So the vertical line, like if we have to show that all of the heights across the UK are all referenced to the height of that datum.
No, that's not what I said.
No. Okay. So all of the horizontals, all of the heights that are referenced across the entire UK are referenced to that one datum.
No, you need to, again,
you
need to take 2 different verticals from 2 different parts, established with 2 different plumb bobs.
But that is when we say the heights of the, established on the vertical datum, that's what you could say, 100 feet above that place. It's like DP's 90 feet above it, if he is, I don't know. But, we could drop a plumb bob, and that would be 90 feet and 100 feet vertical, right? So those 2 verticals are vertical, right? Definitely. So what are you saying? They're both referenced to the same datum point that's maybe like right across the other end of the country, perhaps. But they're both verticals and they're both referenced to the same datum point that's all the way over there. So what are you saying we need to prove about these 2 verticals?
You're trying to use another vertical line in reference to the first vertical line you established. And saying
that's
this
what
vertical
the
line is
elevation
is,
isn't it?
Yeah, but we're talking about 2 separate points with 2 different plumb bobs.
That's what
you need to show that they don't change orientation.
Every elevation point in the UK is referenced to the same datum, right? So
yeah, but that's why I said two different datums.
Yeah, well, that's why when we can say whatever height we are, that is a vertical height because it's on a vertical datum, right? That's what it's called, a vertical. So those heights are all verticals. So they are definitely vertical heights, distances, vertical. And they're both referenced to the same datum.
Okay,
now,
that's why I said separate datums.
What separate datums where?
Two different ones.
What, like one in the UK and one somewhere else?
Sure.
What?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're proving here.
So you want us to reference the mean sea level for the entire United Kingdom to something else, somewhere else?
No, I want you to take a vertical datum at 2 points.
Yeah,
and show,
like in the UK,
show that the horizontal lines perpendicular to them are parallel with each other at different locations.
Well, they would
do not
be.
change orientation.
How do you not see that in the UK? Let's say we'll put
Why
somebody
do you keep saying
in
UK?
Scotland.
I keep saying 2 different points.
Yeah, 2 different points in the UK. It's a big place, right? Well, it's only a little place, but
the way
they are different points in the UK. It could be like 100 miles apart. Is that okay?
Yeah, your way to prove to me that they're parallel with each other is to take another vertical line perpendicular to the first horizontal and say, look, they're parallel with the first vertical. Like that's
I'm just telling you how they're measured.
That's why you need to take 2 separate datums with 2 different plumb bobs and 2 different verticals to ensure that every horizontal line in reference to those will be parallel with each other.
You think that's what surveyors do?
Across the entire UK, yes.
Yeah, but this is what I'm
Do you,
waiting for.
do you really think that's the way surveyors work?
But this is what I'm looking for. This is the proof that we've been asking for.
The differential leveling from every point locally across the UK with all of the horizontals being parallel to each other at every point as they were transferring all of the elevations across the entirety of the UK. You're saying that's not good enough for you?
He's just saying no.
No, because you're taking lines perpendicular to your first
Sam,
horizontal.
you're pathetic.
Yes.
These are the first. That's what I'm saying.
It's horizontal.
You can't cheat and use your first reference. You have to use 2 different.
You haven't got a clue what you're talking about, Sam. I don't know who's been teaching you, Sam. This is bad.
So why is like
you're pathetic,
why don't you just
Sam?
Show us. Okay, yes, thank you. So
take it somewhere else.
This is what needs to be shown to us.
I'll show you how differential leveling works, right? Okay.
Yeah, but I'm not asking for.
Do you know how differential leveling works?
What I'm asking for is pretty specific.
Go on. What is it that you're asking for then? Because I'm struggling to find out what it is you're asking for.
I've said it like 10 times.
Yeah, go on. Spread it out for us. Go on. You're asking Sam. Sam is asking for.
Do you want me to say it again?
Yep. Go on.
Okay. You take 2 verticals established with 2 different plumb bobs at 2 different points. You establish a vertical line upwards, and you have to establish that any horizontal perpendicular to those 2, either of those 2 verticals, if they change position to the other vertical, would still be parallel with those sets of horizontals.
Parallel with the horizontals.
Parallel with the other set of horizontals on that other vertical line.
Okay, so what about if we establish a horizontal plane and show that all of the verticals all the way along it are
what you're doing is you're just drawing a horizontal line and then just drawing vertical lines in reference to that horizontal line.
I'm not drawing. We're talking about doing it in reality.
Or measuring from. I don't really care. But that's what you're doing. You're referencing your horizontal plane to prove that all the verticals are. You're not referencing the Earth.
I'm just referencing vertical and horizontal. Like that's all we're doing.
Yes,
really,
but we need to reference the Earth.
How do you reference the Earth to vertical and horizontal? How do you do that?
What? Can you say that again?
How do you reference the Earth to vertical and horizontal? How do you do that?
Use a plumb bob.
Yeah, that's vertical.
Yes.
Well, how do you reference that to the Earth?
You're using vertical to reference the Earth.
How do you do
You're
that?
not using Earth to reference
I'm
vertical.
using a plumb bob to reference vertical on Earth.
Yeah, no, you're
Right,
using
so
a plumb bob to hang something not on Earth, right? It's not touching the Earth, is it? It's just hanging. It's establishing a vertical.
It's hanging from. It could be hanging from my hands when I'm on Earth. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Okay.
You're still not using Earth to reference vertical.
And then 90 degrees to that is horizontal.
Brilliant.
Yes.
Right. So what is it that you're saying?
That's how you reference Earth.
That's how you reference vertical and horizontal. At least we do it anyway.
That's exactly. That's why I'm saying you need to do it at two different points with two different plumb bobs.
Do you imagine if we were to do that over a canal? Do you imagine the water level dropping down away from that horizontal?
On a spherical Earth?
No,
or
just
on
in
a
reality.
horizontal plane?
Just in reality. Like if you go to a canal, in reality, and you get a plumb bob, in reality, and you imagine a horizontal plane, in reality, is the water level on the canal, in reality, dropping away from the horizontal that you imagine that comes off perpendicular to the plumb bob that you have there in your hand, in reality?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Do you imagine
the
that's
water in the canal is dropping?
Wait. Do you imagine that's measurable?
I'm sure it is. Actually, I think
sure it is. Thank you very much. Do you imagine anybody's done that?
There was actually a good photo shown with the person with the he had the long straight edge, horizontal straight edge, and showed the horizon curving over a given amount of distance. So I mean, sure, yeah, it's definitely measurable.
Wow, that's a nice claim. Do you imagine anybody has measured it? The drop of the water level from the horizontal, established by a tool called a level.
Well, I'm not really sure if someone's referenced the drop in elevation in accordance with a single plane. I'm particularly sure. But I mean, they have measured curvature before.
Who has? Sorry, measured
How did they measure curvature?
So I just gave a reference to something that was posted here. Yeah,
I just on my phone. I thought maybe you could explain how they measure.
It's been here for it's been away for. It was posted a while ago.
Sorry.
And
I'm sorry, I'm driving. I just thought maybe you could explain in words how they measured the curvature.
Okay, again, I'm getting to it. So
that would be awesome.
They had a horizontal straight edge, right? And they had it sitting right leveled at a particular point and extended out from that point horizontally. And then there was a slit cut across the level so that you could see through to the horizon on the other side, see through to the ocean. And as the level itself stayed straight, you could look out on the horizon and actually see gradually the Earth curving away on either end.
How is this measured curvature?
It's dropping from the level.
Looking at shit.
How was it
looking
measured?
At it is not measuring.
If you want numbers, I'm sure you could count the pixels if you want. Use that as a measurement.
Measurements, is
no,
it?
Looking at shit is not measuring.
But this is a very simple thing that
you claimed that the curvature had been measured, Sam. Again, you are spiraling and going nuh-uh.
How is that not a measurement?
It's not a measurement.
You're talking
Looking
about
at shit is not a measurement.
Is a spirit level a measurement?
Is a spirit? How do you measure level, Sam?
Okay.
How do you measure level?
How do you measure level? You can use a spirit level.
That establishes.
Nice bit of circular reasoning there, Sam.
Yeah, good job.
So again, so how is that not a
Nice
measurement
bit of spiraling,
when you're using a straight edge and you're
How
showing?
did they measure the
Okay,
curvature
yeah, keep
as you
yapping.
claimed, Sam?
Okay, again, so the straight edge again extended out, and you could actually look at the horizon.
Looking at shit isn't measuring.
What you could even do is you could take a line, or you can even put graduations on either end of the level, and show how much it
Sam,
drops.
why are you spiraling? Why can't you just say how they measured the curvature?
He doesn't
Why don't you address what is
Why
said?
can't you back your claim, Sam?
But I did make my claim.
You
I just
haven't
made
backed
it.
your
Now-
claim.
now
You've
it's
made a
on
claim.
you.
You haven't backed it.
He doesn't know
So
how
instead of
surveyors
talking about the
work.
results, all you want to talk
He's
about
only ever
is
You haven't
talked to
given any
YouTube
measurements,
surveyors.
Sam. You claimed measurements of
Why don't you
curvature.
why don't we
You
just
have
talk
given
about what was
none.
done? So why don't
Where's the
we talk about what was
measurements?
done?
Where's the
Again,
measurements
I
you
told
claimed
you.
were there? Where are
Again,
they?
I told you.
Where are they, Sam? Show us the measurements.
Okay, so if you're just gonna spiral like this, then it's clear that
You
you're
claimed
not able to move
measurements,
fast.
Sam.
He just
Where
said it
are
I
could
claimed
be.
them.
He doesn't know.
I'm really sorry.
Don't ask him for measurements that he can't give you. Right? You know he can't give you them.
Yeah, I know he can't give them.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
let's not
is
do that
denial-
then.
He just
he
keeps
knows.
flapping
really
his
the best we have?
gums.
Is
Just
denial
keeps
really the best we
flapping his
have?
gums. Yeah, that's all you've got.
Right,
I'm not
so
the one denying.
you do realise that in order to measure, right, what you do is you establish a horizontal plane or a vertical,
And they did that?
and then you measure from that. You use that plane to measure from.
And I gave you a way to do that from the photo.
You can't do that from a photo.
Sorry, I can't do that.
Yeah,
And you
not from a
claimed
photo.
it
Who's
had
told
been
you?
done.
Who's told you you can do that?
You think you can't take measurements from?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I think people like Ranty puts rulers on pictures and measures them. I think people like that is that where you've been taught how to measure? Who's taught you surveying wise that you look out over water with these tools and then don't measure things and then tell people that you think you can measure things with the picture, not the actual measurements that the tool's meant to do? Or at the beginning of the video, does the guy claim that this isn't something that normal surveyors do? Like, maybe he might have done that, right? Right at the very beginning of the video, the guy might have said, this is not normal procedure. Nothing that I'm doing here is normal procedure.
Nobody said this was normal surveyor procedures. I just told you a way you can measure it.
By not measuring. By drawing lines on pictures and putting rulers on the pictures, then you can measure something. I mean, that's fucking ridiculous. You've got to have something better than that.
You think we can't derive measurements from a photo?
Right, but so you're admitting now, right, that these things that you're flouting around aren't anything to do with any normal surveyor practice, right?
And now you're moving the goalposts to surveyor?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. This isn't an actual measurement or anything, right? No, there's nobody who would be saying this is a qualified surveyor that's done this and using these sort of things from websites as valid proofs of anything, right?
You said derived measurements. Is that an actual measurement? You said, Sam, you said derived measurements. So is that an actual measurement?
Did I say derived measurements?
I heard 10 seconds ago.
You mean how you?
You want to rewind it? No. We should rewind. Go back on the YouTube. Oh, 10 seconds before I spoke, you said derived measurement.
You mean how we said derived from the photo?
So not an actual measurement.
Yes, but are you asking how you can derive?
Yes, but what? Not an
actual
measurement.
My question? I'm asking you if you're referencing the photo that you can derive a measurement.
I'm not looking at the photo. I'm listening to your words.
Okay.
Right. Well, let's let's not
So
get up in the
asking-
weeds here, because initially we started off at a datum point at one end of the UK, and where have we ended up now? At a picture somewhere. There's a far cry between the actual real measurements of real people and real surveyors established across the entire UK, the network grid. Right? Between that and, as you've said, a non-verified, not surveying, normal practice to take pictures of things through theodolites, especially when that theodolite is looking over water. Right? None of those are standard practices for anything.
Yeah, that's not what the tool was designed for.
I don't even know if there was a theodolite used. I'm pretty sure it was just a camera.
It's
If
got
that makes you feel any better.
theodolite
That
crosshairs in
definitely
it,
doesn't
you
help your
muppet.
situation.
Well, why not?
It's got crosshairs in it. Can you not see that?
I'm not referencing that.
Yeah, that's not your picture, is it
That's
not?
Homar's.
Right.
I'm pretty sure I'm not
okay.
allowed to post
Wait,
photos, right?
Wait, what's the what you're referencing then?
I was referencing one from way back. It was used with a long horizontal leveling stick.
A horizontal leveling stick.
Yeah.
I think I know which picture actually you're
Technical.
talking about. Yeah,
Is
I
it in
know
the
which
chat?
one.
Yeah.
I can't.
It's like on a cliff edge, like overlooking the horizon in distance, like set up like a red level, like a bubble level, and then a picture is taken at a slight angle. Yeah, it's hard to describe the picture, but yeah, I know, Sam, which picture you're talking about.
Yeah.
It would be hard to
Can't
find
there.
it though.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm allowed to post photos if I can find it.
I do not have that image at all. I have no clue how to find it either.
But I mean, would that be your proof that all horizontals are not parallel to each other?
I mean, that's not really saying that all horizontals aren't parallel to each other.
So you're
but
not
when you said,
you're not actually denying the fact that the claim that
But
I
when-
made. You would go, okay.
This is the part of when you said the horizontal plane of the horizon, because it shows the horizon not being.
In a picture, as in through a curved aperture.
I mean, you could make that argument.
Yeah,
but
hang on.
Why is the level not curved?
Even your eyeball is a curved aperture. You got to remember that. But you guys like to dismiss that.
Okay, that's fine, but why did the straight edge not curve with the horizon?
It's not a measurement though, anyway.
Is that what I'm saying?
There's a way
Is
to
that
derive
what
that.
you are going
What's
to
straight
put
edge?
up against the claim that all horizontal planes are parallel to each other? You're going to say there's a picture somewhere. Is that it?
Well, again, I'm not allowed to post photos here.
I know, but is
I
that
could.
what you're saying? Are you
No,
countering the claim that all
countered-
horizontal planes are parallel to each other by
again,
saying
I'm-
there's a picture somewhere?
No, again, I'm using that picture as a rebuttal to your horizontal plane of the horizon, because it shows the horizon as not being a horizontal plane.
Okay, so the definition of horizontals, right? Within mathematics and any way you look at it, it will say horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. So what you're saying is our understanding of horizontal, because you've got a picture somewhere, is that it should actually have a slight curvature in the downward direction instead of being
the horizon's
like
not
a straight
horizontal line.
No. But when all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon is a definition for horizontal, you can't really have parallel to the plane of, can you, if it's got a curve to
I mean, the definition can say what it wants, but if it's shown that the horizon isn't staying horizontal, then it doesn't really matter at that point.
Well, we
It's probably
best
just a
fix the
definition used
definition then,
because your
haven't we?
naked eye can't really detect the degree of curvature.
Yeah, so we might have to change the our understanding of what horizontal is then. Because you're saying horizontals can't be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
I'm saying it's probably the definition was probably just more of a rough guesstimate more than an actual like a declaration of the horizon always being horizontal or perfectly horizontal.
Oh, okay. So you're saying the fact that horizontals are provably all parallel and the planes of them are parallel, but the fact that you think, is it your model that says that the horizon has to have a curvature to it, or is it just that one picture that you've seen?
Well, again, so I think the model does state the Earth curves away from you at any distance.
The model states, did you say?
Yeah, again, yeah.
Okay.
But it's that it's so undetectable from our point of view because the Earth is so massive that it's almost
You said measurable though, didn't you?
Yeah, so that's why I said in the photo you can actually measure the pixels.
Yeah,
and measure how much it drops
but that's
from
not like in reality we were talking about, like not just measuring pixels.
We took a picture of reality.
Mm-hmm. But can we measure it in reality? Like the people that actually do the job, like surveyors, in getting all of the best tools that they have, could they measure the drop of the water level from horizontal? Do you imagine?
I'm sure they could, and if you want to bring on a surveyor to talk about this, I'm sure most of them will also say the Earth is a sphere.
So high-tech tools is what we need. Could we do a GoFundMe, do you reckon? And put it alongside the horizontals parallel one. We'll see whether we can find the drop of the water level from horizontal. Would that be a worthwhile cause for the globe?
I don't think the globe really needs it. I think you guys need it.
What? To find the drop of the water level from the horizontal?
Well, yeah, you guys need to show that your claims actually stand.
So so my claim is that the water level is the tool for establishing a horizontal, and you're saying that the water level drops from the horizontal. Yeah,
yeah, I'm saying
we
the Earth will curve away from a horizontal plane. Yes.
Yeah, because Jesse Kozlowski said it. I'll get that clip.
I'm not really sure who that is, but sure.
You don't know who Jesse Kozlowski is?
I mean, maybe I've heard him in passing before.
Oh, wow. Well, I mean, no doubt you might have heard his words. I'll just get him.
So we should be able to see this drop and say a canal?
Here we go. Yeah, obviously.
Again, it's like what I was saying is there's such a minute amount of
you can measure this. Have you tried measuring this? The level drops away, drops down from the horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared. I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
When he says water is level,
how far would you say is needed?
Level as an adjective and
I mean, I'm sure you can see it within.
Oh yeah, it's measurable.
So if you want to have a listen to that, it's Jesse Kozlowski. I don't know who that other dude is.
Yeah, has he ever seen the Ruhif numbers?
Hold on, let him answer before. I'm just curious how far, and then we can listen to whatever. How far would you think you need?
I said a couple kilometers would do.
A couple of kilometers. Okay, now listen. Press play what Bev posted, and then Rob will ask you the question again. Because you're going to be shocked.
Oh, no, I just wanted to ask if he was familiar with the Ruhif numbers.
Exactly. Exactly.
I have a picture here somewhere.
I've got it.
Over 1 mile.
This is where the rubber meets the water? So, Sam, did you listen to the video?
He's probably deafened himself so he can listen to the video.
It's only short, 20 odd seconds. Everybody should get that. Save it and post it out all over the place.
So what about that?
You see that they have Numbers, exact numbers, and exact distances.
Well, I think they said 8 inches per mile squared or something like that.
Yeah. You like that? That's Jesse Kozlowski that said that.
All right, so let's just deal with the 1 mile. So that would be 8 inches in 1 mile.
I think that's roughly, but sure.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So we have a canal, let's say 2 miles.
No, you may as well, because we've got the Ruhif numbers.
400 meters.
You do, well, you just do the slice bar cane, bending water level, like to entice him.
Yeah.
Tickle his nuts, come on. Give him a little bit of foreplay here. Slice bar cane's got a bending
Sam?
water level test, right? Have you heard of this, Sam? Have you heard of Slice bar cane's bending water level test?
No, I haven't heard of bending water level test.
Right. Have you ever heard of the Ruhif numbers?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Now, if you break down what Jesse just said, the 8 inches per mile squared, that's a drop over distance. Every step of that way, you can break it down because 1,609 meters is a mile, right? So if you have 100 meter segments, you can get 16 of them, and that's a mile, right? Apart from 9 meters, but I mean, give or take 9 meters. What's that over a mile in meters? So now every one of those 100 meters has its own individual drop number relative to the horizontal established at the first place on your model. Right? You call it the tangent point. If you call start tangent point, then what you're talking about on your model is drop from horizontal, and that's the water level, and these are the numbers. We call them the Ruhif numbers because Ruhif was the first one to start off by giving us the first ones. He got it wrong, first one. But it was been corrected, and now this one is Stark Odder. Shout out to Stark Odder for giving us this, the checker. He said the numbers check out.
So would you agree with that, Sam?
I mean, I haven't done them, but I mean, we'll just trust who just did them, so sure, we'll trust them.
Stark Odder and Ruhif. Whatever.
Sure.
Who else was there? Puppy Lover. There was quite a lot of Globe Earthers. I mean, they were really keen to show us. Once Ruhif started, they were all really keen to show us how good at calculating they were. And as Jesse has said, oh yeah, it's measurable. Like, you've got that understanding of him that these numbers here that we've called the Ruhif numbers are actually the numbers that Slice Bar Kane's going to get when he measures his water level, bending water level thing when he does it this spring. And you guys are going to love it. Although you think we should do the GoFundMe. So what do you think about that? These are the measured numbers that Slice Bar Kane will be measuring, because there's a drop, remember, of one end of the water level. When you're holding it, then the other one at the other end is dropping, isn't it, from the horizontal plane in your model.
So Sam, we have a canal now. Let's say 1 mile, right? It's blocked on either end. Now, you just admitted that it drops on one side, right? We established that clearly, right?
Yes, it'll drop from a horizontal point.
Sure, agreed. So we'll have 2 points.
Yeah.
Hold on. Please don't interrupt me. Hold on. So we have point A and point B on the canal, right? And you're saying it drops, which we agreed from before, correct? Let's say from point B, right? It drops. Right?
Okay, so like we have the horizontal planes established at A, right? And it goes perfectly horizontal. And at B, it'll be a lower elevation.
There's a drop, right? From A to B, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, now you're on A, right? Now
yes.
I'm at B, right? What happens to the water from my end?
What happens to the water? Nothing. It's
There's no
following-
drop from that end.
The water itself is staying level. The horizontal
What do you
plane.
mean? We just agreed that it dropped from A to B. We have a slope of water from A to B.
It's not a
8
slope,
inches.
It's staying level.
Then how is it lower at 8 inches at the other side?
Because you're supposing that the horizontal plane established at A must follow with the water.
What do you mean you're establishing? You just clearly stated, and I made sure of it, from point A to point B, we have a drop of 8 inches, a slope. You said that, we established that. Now you're saying that it's no longer at 8-inch slope there at point B? It's level now?
It's in reference to the horizontal plane. It is dropped.
Okay, so in reference to the horizontal plane, it's dropped.
Yeah.
So there's an 8-inch drop at point B as compared to point A.
Okay.
So how is the water level?
Go back. Go back.
It's following the same elevation of the Earth.
Go back, SE.
No, there's so many ways I can go here, but
you've
I just want the people listening.
Turn around, right? If true surveying, close your loop.
Yeah, so now you go from B and you look back at A. What do you see?
You're going to see the exact same thing you would at A.
So now the water that was dropping from dropping from A to B, now it's dropping from B to A. I don't want to put words in your mouth. You tell me.
Do you think I'm supposed to see the water sloping upwards?
I'm asking you. I'm not thinking anything. I don't want to trigger you. I don't want to get you upset. I'm asking you a set of questions. That's it.
Because, it seems like you're misunderstanding, how it would work on a globe.
No, I'm not misunderstanding, and I never mentioned globe. We established a canal. We established a level. We established from point A to point B, there's a slope of 8 inches, and now I'm asking you, how would it look from point B, from the person at point B? And you're having a hard time because I think you finally understand where the paradox is.
Do you mean the same?
No, it would look the exact same.
What do you mean the same?
How? You mean you would look down?
Because the vertical...
Be specific when you say the same. How? What do you mean?
The vertical at point A and the vertical at point B would be different.
Okay. So drop
again.
Yeah, but
be more specific. Are you saying that from point B now we look at point A and we see a drop? Or do we see a rise?
No, you see the exact same thing.
So from point B to point A, we see a drop from the other side at 8 inches. That's what you're saying.
So this is why I was very specific to say in reference to a horizontal plane established at A. Right? That's where the drop would be measured. If you're measuring a change in elevation, it would stay level.
We got a
so
double
you have
drop,
a drop that is level? A level drop?
Can you repeat what I just said to make sure you understood it?
Have we got the double drop?
Yep.
Okay.
Almost.
Can you repeat back to me what I just said?
You said from point A to point B, there's a drop.
From the horizontal established at A.
Exactly.
To B, there is a drop.
Right.
Yeah,
and then
that's
from
what I
B
heard.
to A, what happens? You said the same.
Establish a horizontal at B.
Yeah, if you
and there's a drop to A.
B, this is what happens.
And there's a drop to A from B?
Yes, in reference to that horizontal plane.
Double drop.
So you got the double drop there.
Right, okay.
You're double speaking, my friend, with all
now
due
you're
respect.
on the way. SE, come on now. You know what we say.
So now, does the double drop become a hump?
No,
in the middle?
No, come on, SE. Right,
there's so many ways I can go here.
You've got me and you at either end now, haven't you? Right, you've got two people at either end. They're both seeing a drop, right?
Yeah.
Sam? Two people, as they're looking at each other, they're both looking and seeing a drop, aren't they?
So you guys seem to be confused on what's actually happening between point A and point
No,
B.
you're confused, Sam.
Because you guys are presupposing that level means horizontal.
No, we're just saying you've got a drop from A to B and you've got a drop from B to A. So we're saying if you put a guy at A and a guy at B, they are both looking at each other and looking at a drop, right?
I mean, in reference to those two people, they would appear to drop, I suppose, if
see, like a valley in the middle somewhere. Some midpoint between the two of them. There is a valley or a dip where it's both dropping into.
No, that's called curvature.
Okay. But that double drop still stands, right? Both of them, there is a drop.
On curvature.
Yeah. Sean G did a good job of getting rid of the hump with you, didn't he? You've just got like a big drop everywhere. Personal drop.
Yeah, well, the Earth curves away from you at every point.
Individually, yeah. Egocentric.
Yes.
Sam, do you realize what you said? Do you realize what you just stated?
Yes.
You just stated that two observers witness both, when they look at each other, they see the water dropping. That's what you just said.
Yes, they see it curving away.
Downwards, yeah, like a valley. Have you ever seen that in your life? Have you ever been in the river, in an ocean, and somebody a mile apart, and you see like a valley of water in between you? Do you realize what you're saying, bro?
No, you just see things disappear bottom up on the horizon because they're following the curve.
Oh, I'm so glad you said that. Okay, so what makes the boat disappear then?
The water obstructing it.
So the two drops, there's the hump now. So the two drops become a hump all of a sudden?
Yeah, there's a water obstruction, is there?
Yeah, you said a water obstruction. Now, if the water is dropping in between both observers, how is it obstructing?
Your paradox is just summing up to you misunderstanding what's actually happening.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is. So, what's the answer?
Again, it's the.
The problem is we understand all too well, Sam. We understand all too well that you don't understand how a water level works.
Yeah, evidently.
So you just realized what you said. You said a boat in between two observers will disappear because of water obstructing it, but the water drops for both of them. That's a pretty tall tale there to say there, Sammy boy.
It's pretty simple. It's the Earth curves away from you from any given point.
Yeah, we established that.
Water level is a horizontal plane, though, right? Oh, sorry. You say the water level drops away from the horizontal plane, doesn't it?
Was that the whole paradox? Was that it?
You're in the paradox. Yeah, that's why you're not talking. You're going Scooby-Doo.
You can't see it. You can't even see it.
I just answered it. I was wondering if there was more to it.
Denial
what do you mean?
stage.
You just made a boat disappear with a drop. 2 drops. So the boat went inside a well? Is that what happened to the boat?
No, it was following the curvature of the Earth until the curvature of the Earth blocked the boat.
Right. Yeah, I see you laughing. I can hear you laughing. So you know, like, there's no way out of this, right? You're at
I just did.
Sam, you're at what we call the cognitive dissonance event horizon. That's where you're at right now.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, because you don't know what to say now. You're like, what the hell did I get myself into?
You guys aren't even
2 drops, and I'm saying that. And I'm saying that obstructs the water, like the boat. It's just nonsensical.
It's like if you have a basketball in front of your face and have something on the surface and move it away from you, eventually the surface of the basketball will block that.
You're going to see 2 drops? Okay, perfect example. Put something on the basketball, right? And move them apart. Are they going to see drops, 2 drops, like you said before?
No, I'm saying take a basketball, put it in front of your face, put an object on the basketball, then start to move it along the surface of the basketball away from you, and eventually the basketball's curvature will block that object.
That's the
Pretty
hump.
simple.
Welcome to the hump.
Geometric. So
But you don't have a hump.
horizon.
You got two drops. You see the dilemma you're in here, bro?
No, because you can do it perfectly, like right on top of the basketball. At the perpendicular part, and the basketball will curve away from you.
Perpendicular
Is
part
Earth a
of...
basketball?
Did you say perpendicular part?
Is this like a for real thing that you guys are arguing?
Did you say perpendicular part?
Like, do you guys use this for real?
Did you say
Bro, you got yourself
perpendicular
into this
part?
mess.
It's like easily explained.
Did you say perpendicular part of a basketball?
Yeah, well, perfectly perpendicular from the ground at that point.
The basketball, the part of the basketball.
Yes, the point on the ball, which is perfectly perpendicular from the ground. On the surface. In other words, at the top.
Or not the bottom.
Because if you're standing on a giant sphere, that's what you are. You are
top.
Perfectly perpendicular with it. And then the sphere curves away from you.
And you're always on the top.
Yeah, and I guess in reference to you, sure.
Egocentric coordinate system.
Sure.
Nice. Equipotential angles of adjustments in every direction.
Did you use bizonal angles?
Can you say that again? Can you explain what you mean?
I asked if you used bizonal angles.
He won't understand.
Just explain what you mean by that.
Rumpus. Remember what Rumpus said? Remember the
Rumpus
great
first
words
said that,
of Rumpus. Yeah, he said, you won't understand. Or, how about the wise paid NASA shill with the old Google it?
Yeah, the first time I heard that, it was Rumpus that said that. I forgot what explanation he gave.
So why are you asking me?
Well, you seem knowledgeable in the subject, so I just figured I'd ask you.
I definitely don't know everything.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, it looks like we've got George in the chat. Welcome back, George. Welcome back. Midweek, hump day.
So maybe you can think about it, Sam, and some more and get back to us, like this double drop hump thing. Try to make that work in your head.
It worked perfectly fine in my head.
Yeah, because he's
Not
not
the
a
basketball
global
example.
guy. He doesn't understand how.
Got proper shite mic there, Rob. Like, proper. So have you heard Emma and the modus tollens? What do you think of that? Seeing as we're talking about the horizontal planes, I mean, is that where we are? We're still going on about the rebuttal to the original claim that we made about t-shirt logic, because I mean it is hump day. And that's what you want to do, right? I mean, we're saying that water level's a horizontal plane, and you're going for the drop, it seems like. But then you said there was some sort of a blockage, which must mean that there's some sort of a hump. So does that mean you're having the hump but dropping? The drop hump. I'm guessing.
Double drop hump. That's what he went for at the end.
No, he didn't go for. No, he's gone for the drop hump. He's gone double drop hump, I think. This is a new one.
I said that the Earth curves away from you from any given point.
Oh, a drop, yeah. So if you've got two people, they both see the drop.
I mean, anyone on the ocean will each see a boat disappear over the horizon.
Yeah, but you said, see, this is the problem, right? Here's the paradox, right? You said every individual is on the top. Now, if you put two individuals on a boat a mile apart, are they both on the top egocentrically?
It'd be from their own point of reference, their own point of view.
Yeah, egocentrically, they're both on the top. So they both see a drop of the water away from them, which puts a valley in the middle of them somewhere.
No, why do you think there's a valley?
Well, because they both see a drop.
Maybe it's just like, a hill that gradually curves away from you.
Yeah, well, so they're all on the top of their own individual hills, then.
Okay.
Of water.
Fine. Yeah, and that's fine.
It's
so
fine.
The water's just going to curve away from them.
But they're both on the top.
In reference to themselves.
Yeah, and then each other, because they're both there on the same bit of water, right? They both can't be on the top of the same bit of water, the same body of water.
They also can't look through each other's perspectives.
So it's a perspective thing to you.
So it's the perspective that bends the water.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's the Earth's curve bends the water.
Yeah, but it has to do it for both of them on your model, dude. Don't you understand that?
So each person's perspective, from their perspective, they see the Earth curving away from them.
Yeah, but in reality, even when Jesse Kozlowski was explaining it, which he did, I think he did a good job of. He says, once the identity of those positions, those markers are set, they don't move. Right now, it doesn't matter what perspective you're looking at them from and how they alter. The actual positions of those things do not change.
See, this is like saying if an object was to start to angularly shrink into a vanishing point, that at the perspective of the thing disappearing, it cannot also see the same thing happening with you.
Well, that was rejected.
Obviously, they're both going to see the same things. If something is going to start to shrink in angular size because it's getting further from you, from the perspective of that person that's getting smaller angularly, they're going to see you do the same thing.
Do horizontals do that?
It's not a paradox. This is just perspective.
Do horizontals do that same thing?
What does that have to do with what I just said?
Do horizontals suffer from perspective?
I mean, that's what we keep saying, is that when you establish a horizontal point,
when you say we, who are you saying? Anyone. You're speaking for anyone. Yeah, as a collective.
Anyone who's using a level.
Okay, you say you're now speaking for anyone who uses a level. When we go on.
Sure.
Go on.
That's what you're doing.
What are we doing?
When you use a level to establish a horizontal plane,
yep,
you are just doing it from your perspective.
How long would that horizontal plane be established? How big would it be?
The plane can extend infinitely far. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, a horizontal.
But that doesn't mean the Earth is conforming to that plane.
No, we're just talking about the horizontal plane. So you say it's the water level is not the same as a level.
Actually, just not to sidetrack, but Homer actually posted a perfect little picture for.
What did I tell you, Bev? What did I tell you they were going to do?
Yeah,
there it is.
That's the vertical plane, right? It's a vertical plane, right? I'll get you a picture that explains the vertical plane a bit better, I think.
They have to bend the horizontal.
That's not a horizontal. That's a vertical plane.
Are you guys looking at the picture? This was your point, Montreal. This was
that wasn't his point at all.
This was your
something that Hoymar posted a picture of, wasn't
That's way not my point, bro.
This was your paradox.
That's a bit.
This is your paradox right here.
It's a bit dishonest.
You're showing me a curve with pegs on it. Are you serious?
There you go.
Yeah, see how they look the same from either side?
Yeah, that's.
Where's your double drop here? Take the one in the middle, right?
There is no double drop.
How does that even come close to what you said? Tell me.
That is exactly what I said.
Hold on. Point A on the left. Hold on. Point A on the left and point B on the right. Where's the drop there? Show me a drop there.
Okay, so if you're standing at point A and that's the reference, that's the highest point for you, you will see point B be lower in the same.
Dude, you don't see a hump there. You don't see a curve there. Are you that unable to be truthful?
You see point B, do you, from point A?
What do you mean? You can stand on either. You stand on either points as you've shown, and you see the same thing.
You're being very dishonest.
What's my point?
Very dishonest. No, you said there's a drop from either point. Everybody heard you from point A to point B.
Have you? I'll put A and B on this one from Blue. Right, and then
I can't actually tell if you guys are legitimately having issues with this.
Yeah, don't go there. You're just talking about how we see things. You keep mentioning perspective and looking over distance and drop to the horizon. Hang on 1 second now. I'll just open my mic. I'll close it when I'm done. You're talking about horizon drop, which, oh, by the way, is not Earth curve. It's just a visual effect of distance in the atmosphere. Everything you've said has nothing to do with measuring the drop from horizontal, just how we see through the atmosphere over distance.
Can we use this picture that I've got in here, since we're talking about reality, and you guys, obviously, the grandfather of globe, Blue Marble, right? He's done this picture for us to help us out. Jesse Kozlowski, the most famous globe surveyor that you guys have, has drove over a bridge with a thing on his roof. Boom. Done a load of datum points, plotted them all. And then Blue has drawn this picture. Computer graphics. He's pretty good at it. He's drawn this picture. Now, I've put the A and the B on it, and I've underlined the obvious mistakes. So try and ignore them as much as you can. But can we reference this? Because this is Rakia, who's just spoken, lives and drives over this bridge. It's a very familiar thing to all of us. Photographed pictures. I think Rakia has studied this bridge more than Soundly. And it may sound shocking. You may not know about the 3 years of research that Soundly did on this bridge. It may seem shocking to hear that he did actually spend 3 years doing it. But he apparently did. So this picture. Now, A is 1 point at one end of the bridge, and B is the other point, the level point, as Jesse called it, at the other end of the bridge. Now, I know it shows the hump there, but that's Blue and Jesse Kozlowski as well. He did the hump, and even though Sean G said he got rid of the hump, they seem to keep drawing it again like this. But can we say that is like a representation of reality for you, Sam? For it being the bridge, Lake Pontchartrain.
Okay, so is this a drawing of a bridge, or is this a drawing of a curved surface?
It's Blue Marble. Yeah, this is him to explain the GPS raw data reference to the. I didn't underline that bit, but reference to something.
Tangent plane.
Yeah, like I said, ignore that obvious mistake.
Okay.
It's. I think he puts it there to to catch people out. or confuse people. I don't know. Maybe he's confused. We don't know. He is getting on a bit, but he's been good to the globe. So, yeah, he's done this to explain. Now, I would say on the model that he thinks he's drawn there, he's shown us the vertical plane paradox, which I would say that green bit shaded is. It's obviously not an internal vertical tangent plane. Unless you want to make one of those up.
Okay, so what's the question here exactly?
Well, this is, how far is it, Ricky? 32.7 miles or something like that, all the way across. So it's a bit more than a mile.
It's 24. Oh, what are you talking about? It's 24 miles across the lake.
Is it 20? Oh, 23.7. That's it.
Yeah, 24 is what it's normally used.
Yeah. So, let's call it 23.7 because I like being exact. Now, Jesse says, and Blue, obviously, within this picture, that there's a 28.5 meter hump in the middle. How does that relate to your drop that you were talking about earlier? And where would you put the horizontal plane on this drawing that Blue and Jesse Kozlowski have done when you reference what you had earlier, the drop?
Do you guys think if you're standing at point A or point B that you would stare directly at the opposite point through the earth?
Pardon?
Oh, it's what do you think? You said there's a drop from B and a drop from A.
I'm just trying to understand exactly what you
I
guys
can tell you what I've done in reality, like many times. I've stood at that shoreline on either side, Covington or Metairie, and looked straight across to the other shoreline.
There's no hump. There's no hump in the middle.
Definitely not 90 foot of water in between me and the other shoreline.
How about any drops, Ricky? You ever witnessed a drop in your many years there?
Never measured or seen visually a drop from anything.
Mm.
You hear that, Sam?
Because it would look exactly like the photo Homer posted.
Well,
so a drop to you would look exactly like a level. Is that what you're saying, Sam?
He didn't post the level.
Why did Blue do that drawing then that shows a hump in the middle?
I don't know. I have never spoken to Blue. I don't know what he was doing.
Jesse Kozlowski drew it as well, and Walter Bislin. All three of them have drawn that hump in the middle of that bridge.
I don't know what this is referencing. I don't really know all the backstory behind it. But I can
say Lake Pontchartrain Bridge. Surely you've seen it. I mean, have you never seen the pictures that Soundly's done? I mean, it's definitely. I'm sure you've posted them. You seem to have blindness now, right?
Yeah, I probably have, but I'm just wondering, what exactly is your question about this?
The hump in the middle, like Jesse Kozlowski, Blue, and Walter Bislin put in the middle of that lake, going over the bridge, a hump of 28.5 meters, measured. Because you said it was measured, measurable, but you had a drop.
So he measured a drop of 28 meters?
No, Blue's showing you there. Look, elevation above, he calls it a tangent plane. Elevation above, right? So that's measured. Elevation above. And since it's on a vertical plane, it's a vertical height above the line from A to B.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So where would you put the horizontal? Where would you put the horizontal from A to B?
Well, it depends on what you're doing. Like, are you saying you want to establish a horizontal plane at B?
Let's pretend you're the best globe surveyor anyone's ever seen. Now, you've got the best equipment, obviously, because people have given you a lot of money to do this as a hobby. And you've put it on the roof of your car and you've driven over the bridge. You've got a load of raw GPS data. right? You've got all of that data, all of those datums put together. There's a load of data, a load of numbers. And you hand that to Jesse Kozlowski. Well, Jesse Kozlowski had it. He handed it to Walter Bislin. They made a video and a computer program and all of that sort of stuff. And then they made a video about that. We then went and made a video about that, and then Blue, in his aid of Walter Bislin and Jesse Kozlowski, made this picture to explain it to us.
I can't really speak for other people in their pictures, to be honest with you.
Okay.
All I can say.
So you wouldn't ever be posting anybody's other pictures because you can't do it for yourself. So you would only ever post pictures of your own, wouldn't you? If that's your feelings, then you...
I just have no idea what this word is.
You're not going to... You can't vouch for Blue, then, because you know nothing about this. You don't know nothing about the hump. You know nothing about the bridge. You don't know anything about Lake Pontchartrain.
Well, I've heard of some of those, like the lake with the bridge. That name sounds familiar.
Have you heard about the 28.5 meter hump in the middle of that bridge?
Okay, but why are you asking me about it if I don't know?
I'm just asking you if you've ever heard of it.
No.
But I bet not a lot of people have ever heard of it.
Okay, so they said that they measured this?
28.5 meters, yeah. He said you can calculate it yourself if you want, just to check.
Okay. Have you guys, explained, rebutted it to him, or
I'd say it's absolutely ridiculous because it's not a horizontal plane, is it? And water can't support itself laterally, and there's definitely way beyond the point of cavitation. So, I mean, it's impossible. But I mean, Blue still drew it. Jesse Kozlowski still drew it.
Wait,
I say it's impossible.
We're all banned from Blues. We can't. Really
So you're saying it's a measured curvature, which you guys have been asking for. But now that you've gotten it, you're saying...
I didn't say it's measured. It said Jesse, Blue, and Walter Bislin have drawn a picture showing a hump of water 28.5 meters high.
Yeah, you said they measured it.
No, it said he drove over the bridge with a thing on his car. There's no hump there, obviously. But they've drawn a picture of it. Do you think there's a possible? Do you think there's a possibility that driving over that bridge, you go up 28.5 meters and then go back down again 28.5 meters without noticing?
That's 90 feet, by the way.
It's not how that works on a globe.
It's not how it works on a globe.
No.
Well, a globe is a curvature, right?
That's not how that works.
That's exactly why he's drawn it like that, because that's how it works on a globe.
Like when you're referencing elevation, you're saying something like ceiling.
Yeah, I think you're just repeating that. You're just not.
You don't say
thinking about what's being said here.
You don't say I traveled south, therefore I.
Yeah, hang on. Don't go too far off. Please don't go too far off the 90 feet, 28 point something meter. Right from shoreline. If the two shorelines were A and B, and C was in the middle, C would be 90 feet above A and B. There's no getting around it, sir.
Since it's on a vertical plane, even Blue has drawn it being 28.5 meters higher because it's vertical. That's how you measure heights on the vertical.
Again, you're not changing your elevation. You're just following the curvature.
You did not understand what Rakia just told you, right? Somehow you did not get that.
So let me repeat it because I like this conversation, and I think some pennies are dropping here. You and I are standing on each shoreline. You're in Covington, Mandeville, North Shore. I'm on the South Shore. We send someone to the middle, 12 miles away. Their feet, our feet are at the water on each shoreline. Their feet are 90 feet above our feet. I don't care how you slice it.
Okay.
That's your reality.
I mean, again, it's staying at the same elevation.
No, it's not.
You're not getting it. Okay, stop. I understand you. I understand what you're saying. Hang on.
Because you guys are referencing elevation.
You know what hang on is? Hang on. Because there's no reason to go further once you say that, right? Because you're referencing elevation from where? The center of the earth? No.
I mean, that is one place you could.
But what we're talking about here is referencing on your model now. I'm using your model. I'm being fair with you. Shoreline to shoreline, that would be a chord line, right? Cutting through the middle of the water. And your feet and my feet are touching the water. Our toes are in the water on that chord line. The person in the middle, 12 miles away, their feet is touching the water 90 feet higher than that chord line.
Okay, you're saying the person on the boat is 90 feet higher. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we're using the bridge.
Okay.
You can use a boat if you want.
Okay, cool. Again, when you travel along the water, you're just following the curvature of the earth.
Which would be going
elevation
from shoreline, south shore, up 90 feet from the distance from the south shore to the middle, 12 miles away. You would be 90 feet higher than the south shore on the water. And then you would have to go down to the north shore 90 feet.
No, you're not traveling down.
That would be an arc.
You're not traveling down.
So you don't live on a sphere.
No, you're not traveling in like a straight line. You're not swimming through the ocean.
Yeah,
you don't
in
go
your
through
model
a
on a straight line. I didn't say that. You're going right, which would be going 90 feet up from the chord line, from the baseline of your shore, where you started, your starting point. You'd have to go 90 feet up. Hang on. I've gone on every time I've stopped. So to be fair, I'll try not to cut you off, but that's what I do. All right, I'll go on mute. So it's easy. When you start at the North Shore, Metairie, the Marriott Hotel, you put your boat in the water, 12 miles away, that water in your reality is 90 feet above the North Shore water. And then you have to go back down towards the south to get to the shoreline over there, which is 90 feet lower. Either way you put it, no matter where your starting point is, you have to do that.
Okay, so again, the chord is just an arbitrary line. It's not inherent with Earth. It's just a line drawn between 2 points on a circle or sphere, whatever. Okay,
Gotcha.
Whatever. But when you actually travel along the surface of a sphere, you're not changing your distance from the radius of the sphere. You're at the same level along the sphere.
Okay, well,
you're not going up or down.
Let me clarify something with you. If you're on the North Shore and I'm on the South Shore, the chord line would be at our feet, correct?
I've got, in case you're wondering, right, Rakir, I've got it set up on the YouTube. I'm messing about. Nug Life is on A, right? So that's you on A.
One shoreline.
Yeah, and B, you've got Soundly on the other side.
He's at the other shoreline.
Right, and you've got Turn Up. He's in the middle on the top, so everybody can get an idea of where everybody is, right? So,
but right now we're talking about the chord line. So me and Soundly's feet are at the water's edge on the North Shore and South Shore. So the chord line is at our feet. It's a horizontal line, a straight line going through the water. And the middle point where, who was it?
Turn Up.
Turn Up
yeah.
is in the middle, 12 miles away. His feet are also touching the water, but are not. The water is 90 feet above that chord line.
Yeah.
That's what makes the curve, right?
According to Blue's picture, right? And Jesse Kozlowski and the model. Well,
I think according to this guy too. Yeah. I mean, he keeps.
Yeah, but do you think the chord line is an actual place, or do you think it's just a point of reference?
It's just a line that you can draw or put on a picture or imagine from foot to foot. Your Soundly's toes and my toes are touching the water, and that imaginary line is cutting through the water.
Yeah,
24 miles, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at the 12-mile point, that water that it's cutting through, that imaginary line from our toes, that water at 12 feet is 90 feet above our feet, our toes. And that's where turnip is.
But why are you referencing a chord line?
Because that's the shortest distance.
I mean,
right?
Yeah,
you have
on
to have
the shortest
that's your
distance.
baseline.
In reality, like if you were there, Soundly's on one end and Rakir's on the other, right? The shortest distance between those two people, in reality, would be that straight line, right?
Straight line.
The shortest
Okay, yes.
distance, right?
It would
Okay.
be.
Now, in reality,
But hang on.
and on your model, right? It's the shortest distance between those 2 points. The only difference here is where Rakir says, and me as well, turn up, it'd be on that same straight line, right? It's just a horizontal all the way across. But you and Blue and Jesse Kozlowski have him 28.5 meters higher above that straight line.
In the air.
Shortest distance.
So, when you travel anywheres, do you dig straight through the earth or do you travel along the surface?
When
we travel along the surface.
I run
Okay, so why would you not be doing that on the globe anyways?
You're imagining that
So
the globe. We're showing you that it's not how ridiculous the globe is.
But you're saying
going up a hill of water, Sam. Do you not understand this?
You're
Sam,
saying the shortest
you'd be
distance
going
is the
up a
chord.
90-foot hill of water, dude. Do you not
so
get that?
You guys are saying the shortest distance is the chord line on that surface.
It is.
Semicircle or
in reality as well.
Right? And it is. It's the shortest linear distance.
Yes.
But nobody's digging through the earth to travel.
Right, exactly. Welcome to reality.
Yeah,
no one is
traveling
going
along
through the
the
middle of the water or going 90 feet higher and then 90 feet down. No one does that.
They're staying level with the surface of the water as it conforms to the curvature of the earth.
Curving, which is not arcing, it's straight, horizontal.
You're just asserting that. You just asserted
that. No, you're just asserting the opposite. No, you're asserting what we see, what we measure, right, is a straight line. What we observe. If I started walking on water towards Soundly, I wouldn't do anything but walk straight forward on a horizontal line.
Okay. You would do that if you're standing on any ball.
What?
You would be measuring yourself walking in a straight line.
No, then I would have to dig my way. I would have to get scuba gear and go through the water if I wanted to go on a straight line. You just agreed that a straight line on a sphere would be to walk in a straight line. I would have to on your model.
In what world are people swimming underneath the ocean to save distance?
No world. Exactly.
Exactly.
That's why
everybody follows
in
the
reality, they're not having
it's a total non-argument.
No, they're following the horizontal path, which is
they're
not
following the surface. Wherever the surface is doing, they're following that. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Which adds
because
undulation.
It's more work. It's more
but
work
on water,
to fucking
across that lake,
through.
You're not going up 90 feet. You're not swimming through the water, and you're not going up at an angle and then back down at another angle, creating an arc, point to point. You're not doing that. You're just walking across.
You don't go up. There's no
along an arc.
The water. You would agree, though, right? There is no raise of the water. The water can't hump, right? Water doesn't do that, right?
No, it conforms to gravity.
So yeah, it doesn't hump.
It conforms to the forces of
vertical,
like gravity.
So you're disagreeing with Soundly? You're disagreeing with Soundly?
I doubt I'm disagreeing with Sound.
And Blue.
It's sounding more like to me like
you are disagreeing because you just said water is level, right? It doesn't have a hump of 90 feet.
So what I'm assuming was done just looking at this. So they drew an arc and said I'm at point B and he's at point A. The chord length between them is this, and the Earth, as he traveled along the surface, did this. It raised above that chord.
So which would be the distance? The shortest distance.
Which was what you guys have been asking for, is to measure the curvature. Well, they
actually that's not what he did. You want me to tell you what he did?
Oh, okay. No, what did he do?
Well, don't get ugly. I mean, just if you don't, just say you don't.
No, go ahead.
You don't mind, right? Okay, so what happened was, from the shoreline, he got an elevation above the water at, let's just say 5, just for simplicity. Then he went further towards the other shoreline and got the same exact measurement, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, which is a straight line, right?
Or he stayed level with the water.
Yeah.
Okay, that's perfectly fine.
And then when he came to a hump in the bridge, the elevation number changed, right? It got bigger. And then when he came down the other side, it got smaller. And then when it leveled out, became a horizontal line again, the number stayed constant. Straight, like, horizontal line.
You mean 5 feet of elevation?
That's not, he's not taking an elevation from the center of anything.
He's probably taking it from the lake.
Probably.
Yeah.
You think, did he measure the water?
I have no idea what he did.
He hasn't got a clue.
Exactly. Then how did you just say that? Yeah, you don't know. How did you just say that?
That's probably what he did. He probably.
You're not being honest here. Probably again.
Okay, so what did he take reference from?
I just told you.
Surveying.
He took it from the chord line.
No.
Well, what did he take it from?
He took it from a benchmark.
He took it from a GPS system, didn't he? He just put a thing on the roof of his car. Yeah. It went blip, blip, blip as he drove over the bridge. You know, like proper professional surveying.
So what was that?
None of this cheap shit about setting up tripods and doing all of that. No. Whap a thing on the top of your car and drive over the bridge. You should do it, Rakia. You'd be able to do quite a lot of bridge surveying.
So what was that benchmark then?
Mobile surveying.
No speed limit or anything. You just keep going. Like, just drive normal.
You put a yellow light and you just go. I'm sure Rakia has one of those on his truck.
I've got the thing. If you want to see all of the measurements, right, of how they got it, I'll find that for you. Because we've done quite a lot of stuff. Like Rakia lives there, right? So he's obviously drove over it more times than Soundly, I'd say. I don't know. Does Soundly live round there, or did he just go there to study it for 3 years?
Oh, again, what was that benchmark exactly that they're measuring from?
Well, you could see them. They measured the height of the thing with a level. They put a level on the top of the car. They used a pole. They used a pole on top of a car. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's all, like I say, it's proper surveying. Mm-hmm. It's a professional globe surveying. This is nothing but the best for the globe.
I would assume they measured down to where the tire met the road, I guess.
They both got out of the car, right? And then
if they're measuring,
they measured it on some sort of a car park at the side of the thing.
If they're measuring from the where the tire hits the road, then why didn't it stay uniform the whole way across the bridge?
Yeah, I mean, he did say that each individual datum point could be within 10 centimeters. He said double the sigma. Fuck it. He went, who cares? Let's say they're within 10 centimeters of each other, but he didn't say whether that was a plus or minus 10 centimeters or like an average plus or minus 5 centimeters with every datum point. I mean, it's proper good stuff. The globe surveying, here it is. Oh, there you go. So it'll take a bit to load up. It's 90 odd meg. I think it was early on when I was doing this sort of stuff.
Is it starting to make any sense to you, Sam, at all?
Everything I said has been consistent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've used all of the words. Most of them, anyway.
The bridge all the way across is, I believe, 5 meters from the water, something like that.
Yeah, I'm bringing the measurements up now, in case.
So now, how could that be, Sam? If it's 5 meters all across, right? How could they have measured a 90-foot hump in the middle? What does that mean in reality? Does that mean the water and the bridge are humping?
Because they're measuring the distance to the surface of the lake.
There we go.
So one person standing on one side of the Rakia Bridge and one person standing on the other side, they see a 90-foot hump in the middle?
No, they would see whatever construction. If the bridge is built to be level with the water, it will stay level with the water.
How does that
And that's
prove a
what they will
curve?
see.
How does that prove a curve? I'm not following you. Walk me through how an equal elevation, the same number, parallel, horizontal line.
Well, it doesn't inherently prove either. It just doesn't debunk. One doesn't debunk the other.
It's on a vertical datum, though, right?
Like what is, sorry?
These elevations. I take it, right? Is that right, Rakia? I don't know what it's like different in the UK. We went over the UK one earlier. Is it the same in America? Do you use a vertical datum for elevations? Absolutely. Yeah. So they're all on a vertical datum, right? All of these elevation marks reference to, obviously, a mean sea level zero. We're being in the Americas. I would imagine that's in the Great Lakes somewhere. That's where they established the zero, and probably measured back to sea level, but they use the Great Lakes, I think. I mean, you can check it for yourself for your mean level. And like, if you're looking at that thing in the chat, it's I've put it in there. That's all of Jesse's measurement numbers. I mean, this is Jesse. I took it. I got my lad to put the big numbers in there so you could see them a bit better. But they're all of the numbers that he gets, and you can see they're all about 5.8, 5.7, 5.8, apart from the humps all the way across. So that's... I don't think it's measured to the water level reference. I think it might be to, like you say, the mean sea level, like 5.8 meters. Does that seem about right, that, Rakia, for the your datum, your elevations for the land over there? Because I think it's a bit flat over there in Louisiana.
It's actually below sea level, and the bridge is about 16 feet. It depends on like which site you go to. Some of them do the road deck, and some of them do the trestle underneath.
Well, like 5 meters will be, I don't know how many feet's that.
It's like 18 feet or something.
Yeah, reference to the, like...
That's probably to the road deck.
No, these will be the numbers he gets. These are 5 point something meters. So these are reference to the elevation. These are the numbers that Jesse got. So these are his 5.8 reference to, I take it, mean sea level. Right? Or wherever there's zero datum from Jesse's GPS coordinates.
Wherever he's zeroed out at.
Yeah, that's wherever he's called a zero, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But they're all like, they're similar, 5.8, 5 point something, you know, like all the way across. Sam, you get in that. Because he does have a chord there of 28.5 meters. That he's obviously getting from somewhere, but it's not from any of these numbers across the bridge. Even reference to Jesse's own zero. So I find it strange how Blue can draw pictures of that.
I find it hard when you start putting 6 or 8 different people at different sites. A, B, C, D, E, F, and then go in between them. It's, if you do 24-mile sections or 12-mile sections, you're talking about, you know, up to 90, down to 0, up to 90. It's like the Humpty Hump.
Double drop humps.
Yeah.
Wells, swirly pools.
If the South Shore is your 0 point where my toes are hitting the water, and you go 12 miles, and though that water is 90 feet above that 0 point, that's 90, right? But if you go 12 more miles and you have a chord line at the other shoreline where the water is, that's going down to 0 again. And then if you go 12 more miles, that has to go up again, right? I would assume.
Yeah. Surf's up.
90 feet. It's really a paradox to me. But maybe I'm wrong.
Well,
absolutely a paradox.
A paradox if you try and imagine the model, right? Because in reality,
you think you live in a sphere,
yeah. I think there's no paradox for me. I don't personally have a paradox at all.
If you understand how water behaves and how water flows, there's absolutely no problem in your head.
Any elevation change would make water flow. The very fact that elevations are on a vertical datum, and that what Blue has shown is a drawing of a...
Yeah. Just look at any of the floodplain maps there on the vertical datum, and the water flows into these areas. And when that vertical change is near zero, then you get a flood, like a plain. They call it a floodplain. But when you have vertical change up and down, you have water flow on the vertical datum.
Yeah.
That's why our river here in Louisiana, from the vertical change, 66 feet in my area down to the delta, down to mean sea level, the water flows in that direction towards the Gulf through the Mississippi River. Vertical change in elevation. Now, if you're going to use that same vertical change to do something else, I don't know, man.
Use a vertical change of 28.5 meters to say there is no elevation change, when everyone knows that elevation's measured on a vertical datum. So you can't say there's a 28.5 meter vertical change without having a 28.5 meter elevation change. It's ridiculous.
Whilst at the same time envisioning a drop. Let's not forget that.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that dichotomy here. It's sheer fantasy. La La Land.
Yeah, I say, I know Blue made a mistake labeling it a tangent plane, but it's quite obviously a vertical plane. And you can't have a vertical change on a vertical plane not being an elevation change. It just doesn't make any sense.
Can I have a moment here to shout out Blue? I've asked him 2 questions. If you're listening, Blue, if you could do the corrections on that and post it somewhere, I'd appreciate it. And also, if you're free, it's not very far away, that guy's boat that needs woodworking. You're obviously qualified for that. I'd love to talk to you about that. Just get in contact about the woodworking. Thanks.
Yeah, shout out Blue. It's been many fun. I've got a cutting video on the cutting block that picture's helped us out. I think we might even put it as one of the training tools for over at Next Level. It's that good a drawing.
He gets a little upset, but we're just playing around it. Everybody makes mistakes. I mean, I've made a mistake. I'm sure, Bev, you've made mistakes. Blue just made a mistake is all it is. He obviously didn't mean that. He's owned up to it. I'm sure he's going to change it where we can start using the one that's not mistake filled. The one that would be accurate.
Well, like I say, I only ever wanted to use it to show the vertical plane and the change on that vertical plane. Because like we say, Betty's exposed the the horizontal lines, but on a horizontal plane being vertical lines, the representations of the vertical planes on the horizontal. So that's exposed the fact that any vertical plane that you ever have would necessarily be able to have a horizontal plane perpendicular to it. And that's not allowed on the globe model. I mean, I know there's a lot of globers around at the minute that haven't quite realised or clicked on with t-shirt logic and the simplicity of horizontals and verticals. There's great power in understanding that those two reference frames are actually provable, but only to yourself. You'll never, ever be able to explain it to anybody else, especially when you have people like Sam and Hoymar and the people that we have come round here. It seems too hard for them to understand just the basic simple fact that a water level establishes the horizontal.
Who was that we were just talking to?
I think that was Sam. He's deafened himself now, I think.
Oh. Well, he's got a rocket in his icon, I think. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Nice.
So Sam had enough, did he?
It looks like it. He doesn't want to hear anymore.
No more bridge talk. Yeah, I don't either. That was a tough one.
How do you defend that?
I think the penny dropped, actually. I heard his voice change. I don't know if he got a frog in his throat or if some pennies were caught in there, but it's definitely a tough sell. I wouldn't want to be a Glober right now, especially near the bridge and near water, having to have a vertical change from shore to shore. No matter how you turn it, right? No matter how you twist it and turn it, if you're at each shoreline, the middle point is has to be higher. And if it's higher than the shoreline and it's not flowing, got a lot of explaining to do on the vertical datum.
Yeah. You can absolutely not have a hump and a drop without elevation change. Cannot happen.
Initially,
not in reality, anyway.
Because Jesse Kozlowski said that first one. It was a bit of a, I showed him the hot Jesse Kozlowski saying that the water level drops from the horizontal. And Jesse saying that, which sort of set him up for the double drop. And maybe, I don't know, maybe him hearing that was why he was so adamantly against the hump. Perhaps I might have to go and get the clip of Jesse Kozlowski saying about the hump to play that after the bit. Like we might go, here's the drop. Here's Jesse Kozlowski saying the drop. And then here's a picture from Blue. But don't worry, here's Jesse Kozlowski saying about the hump. Right? It's okay to have both. Don't worry about it. Paradox, I mean, accept it. Jesse does.
Maybe we'll figure out how we don't understand. Do it again.
Yeah.
They definitely say it. I mean, I think Jesse's done a runner, right, is what we call it. It's hard to ask him any questions these days. Although, whatchamacallit has a direct line to him.
Yeah, Rumpus,
that's right.
Yeah, and I think I've heard that George is having a word with Jesse. So Jesse might be coming back. They might be able to, I don't know what you call it, lure him back in. I mean, I hope so, because, there's plenty of questions.
Comeback. He could make a comeback.
He is the geodetic surveyor of the group. Yeah.
It would be. I'd love to know how he managed to get a 28.5 meter hump in the middle of the water after showing us that he was only 5 point something across all the way across. It must mean that he's got some sort of a weird datum. He must have a model underlying it somewhere that puts that 28.5 meter hump. I wouldn't like to be model afflicted and try and explain that.
Yeah, and I would say his equipment is accurate because every time he went over an actual vertical change, a hump in the bridge, it showed up, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's like he said, within 10 centimeters, plus or minus. Every one of those points, driving across in his car.
Those humps showed up.
Thank you very much.
Because the bridge was mostly level with the lake.
Exactly, horizontal, and then you have humps above it. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah,
I agree.
You seem to be under the impression that we measure elevation.
You seem to be under the impression that you create an arc and then put everything on it. You don't. You
It's
create
on
a
a vertical
horizontal.
datum.
You just follow the arc.
It's on a
No.
vertical datum. I'm not so sure Sam understands. Actually, because have you ever seen the original video, Sam?
Didn't you say they're using GPS to measure?
Have you ever heard of the BAM? Did you ever hear about that bit?
He wouldn't research how the GPS works.
Because the BAM part means it has to be a vertical plane. That plane that Blues mapped, this is why I kept trying to bring it up. I'm not bothered about him labeling it a tangent plane. I think he meant vertical plane. Because it has to be a vertical plane, right? Otherwise you can't, BAM! Right? You can't do that. 3 coplanar points, all of that sort of bum. Right? You're not allowed to.
So I don't know what you mean by like vertical datums and stuff like that. But if they're using their GPS would just track their elevation above.
Yeah,
I'm guessing it would be the lake, but probably sea level or something like that.
Because, Soundly said that Jesse Kozlowski measured R on that day. Right? So these A and B are 2 of the points of the 3 coplanar points. Right? Okay. Yeah. Stolen concept fallacies and all of that. Vertical planes. It has to be. Yeah. So that vertical plane is definitely an elevation change. But like we said earlier, the very fact you have a vertical plane means you can have perpendicular to it a horizontal plane. And as you know, because you be a good glober, you don't actually have a horizontal plane, do you?
I don't know what you're talking about at this point.
I know. You might be ignorant of globe geometry. Do you know much about actual geometry? Euclidean.
I don't know what you're referencing.
Real life geometry.
What are you talking about? We don't have a horizontal plane.
Are you feigning ignorance right now?
Yeah. Do you want me to explain the horizontal paradox to you?
Like, what exactly are you talking about? We can't establish horizontal planes?
Let's establish a horizontal plane. In reality. Okay? However you want to do it, let's establish it. Now, let's move along that horizontal plane and establish a vertical. In reality. Is that vertical perpendicular to the horizontal plane that you established a little bit ago?
Yes.
Sam.
Okay, but you said the globe doesn't have horizontal.
Why don't you answer this question?
In reality, is the vertical perpendicular to the horizontal plane that you established a bit ago when you've just moved away from it, but you established it over there? Now you've moved to here, done a plumb bob. Is that perpendicular to the horizontal plane you established just before?
Okay, so you're saying you're moving along a horizontal plane.
Yep.
And then you establish a perpendicular line to that.
A vertical.
Yeah, a vertical to that plane, yes.
With a plumb bob.
Okay, but that's the point. That's the part you haven't proven yet.
Haven't proved what? I'm just asking you. If you establish a horizontal plane and then move away from that horizontal plane, but move along the horizontal plane that you established, and you drop a plumb bob, will that plumb bob be perpendicular to the horizontal plane that you established a bit ago?
If you traveled along that horizontal plane to a different point on Earth, that new vertical, the new vertical at the new spot would not be parallel to the first.
Wouldn't be perpendicular to the horizontal plane.
No.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. That's your horizontal paradox.
No, it's pretty.
Because you just got rid of the horizontal plane.
No, because the horizontal planes don't actually exist. It's just a reference.
All perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. Now,
Okay,
all
do you think
perpendiculars,
horizontal planes exist
to a horizontal plane will be vertical. But you've just said they won't be perpendicular and vertical. So you have a paradox, not me.
No, you're the one asserting things. So you're saying all verticals on Earth must be parallel. Is what you're saying?
No, all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel. Is what I'm saying, right? In reality, because that's the way reality rules work. Aren't they? Or do you think they work differently? Oh, thank you, Skeptic. I've got another member. Thank you very much.
Shout out to all the t-shirts being sold too.
Yeah.
Nice.
T-shirt logics are great.
Who wouldn't want logic on a t-shirt though?
How Sam's you might have to leave if everything's going. I'm all right. How simple is this horizontal and vertical planes? And knowing that once you know that the elevations, all elevations, as far as I know, everywhere, will be measured on a vertical datum. That means that measured vertically, there are horizontal planes. All parallel, everywhere. Every datum, anywhere, will have associated with it a load of horizontal planes being parallel.
And if you somehow come up with a measurement that's not that, you've done something wrong. Mm-hmm. Because that's how it has to be. I like the way you put that, Bev. I've never heard that before, moving along a horizontal plane that you've established from a vertical.
You establish it anywhere, don't you? I mean, it doesn't really matter. You know, in reality, you can establish a horizontal plane. And you move along it. I go along a canal and put a plumb bob on it. It's going to be perpendicular all the way along it. I know that.
But this is where they're starting to curve the horizontal plane, right?
Well,
we've said they were going to bend the horizontal, but now they're taking it even further. They're caught.
It's conceptually bent. It always has been. The globe model only ever exists in the mind.
That's the only way they can go.
Yeah. Sam was saying you assume that the horizontal plane and plumb lines are parallel.
Yeah.
And I'm going, I don't have to assume that. You're the one assuming that they're not. Yeah. That they're curving.
You guys are the ones that claim they're all parallel.
They have to be.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. You're claiming that they.
Yeah.
But you have to show that.
Yeah,
how? The right angles always to every horizontal. Always perpendicular.
You know what's funny though? Sorry. Let me jump in. You know what's funny is we demonstrate and back up all our claims.
You guys demonstrate all your claims? Did you?
Yep. And back them up. Yep.
I challenge you to go set up a plumb line and measure anything but parallel. Okay, and a plane to that plumb line that's anything but perpendicular.
Okay, so have you guys done that?
Yes, all day, every day.
You've shown that two plumbs are perfectly in the
always
alignment.
Absolutely, yes, yeah, every time.
When have you done that?
Every
time.
Can I see?
The only time I've ever... What are you talking about?
Well, I want to see you proving that.
Why would you want to do that? Just go do it yourself. Get two plumb lines.
Because you said you do it every day.
Yes, I do. I'm in construction. I do it every day.
No, I don't mean establishing a plumb line wherever you are. I mean taking two plumb lines at two different locations and keeping their orientation consistent, bringing them together and showing that they are parallel.
Yeah, like two ends of a house, like two walls in a house. Plumb them, measure the bottom and top, and guess what they're going to be? Equal. Okay. Perpendicular to the horizontal floor that you created, the horizontal plane. You can also take a square and do it.
I'm not talking about like 20 feet away. I'm talking about like a significant
So what
distance.
distance are you talking about?
Earlier, I said like a couple kilometers.
So that's where the local becomes non-local?
I don't know where it becomes like where the definitive line is, but I used a couple kilometers as a way to saying, let's just skip all the nuance and go right to it.
You're just throwing a number out there now. That's where you think it would be.
Okay. Well, you
so
asked.
Far away from local. Yeah. That's where you think.
There you go. I've got on my whiteboard, I've got the laser level with it, obviously, because it's got a horizontal and a vertical. But I've also got 3 plumb bobs hanging.
So
there's one in the middle and one at either side. Now, which one of those is perpendicular to that horizontal?
Okay,
and
so
which other 2 or 3 actually? I mean, well, there's 4. Let's say there's 4 verticals there, 3 plumb bobs and 1 that's on the laser level. Which one of those is perpendicular to the horizontal established by the laser level?
Your proof that every vertical established with a plumb bob is parallel is to hold 3 of them side by side.
Well, are they all perpendicular to that horizontal, or are they? Which one isn't?
No, yes, they are, because you're doing it within a span of 4 feet.
So they all are perpendicular then. You understand how exact geometry is.
Measured curvature is almost negligible.
Yeah, but do you understand what mathematics is, Sam?
Do you?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, when you say perpendicular, do you understand what that means?
He's trying to scale mathematics.
Yeah, I'm talking about scaling it up past this bit.
Yeah, so do you understand what 90 degrees is, a right angle?
Yes, Bev. I'm talking about
all right angles are equal. Do you understand that?
Yes, Bev. Okay. That's why I'm talking about doing this greater than this, a greater distance than this.
A greater scale than a horizontal and a vertical.
No, a greater distance of plumb bobs apart from each other than this.
Well, so which straight line is it? Are you saying?
Why don't you address what I'm saying?
Is it the horizontal that you think?
Jumping randomly into place.
Just the horizontal then, right? So if we can establish a really long horizontal, then you would see a deviance of a plumb bob to that horizontal, right?
Yes, on the Earth, if you could have an infinitely
if you could
long
establish a horizontal, right? Now, do you know any tools that establish horizontals?
We're going in circles about.
This is where we're trying to find an answer here at the end. Do you know any tools that establish a horizontal?
Yes, we've been over all this.
Okay, now which tool establishes a horizontal?
A water level.
Okay, so a canal of a length establishes a horizontal. In between locks.
Was that a full stop?
Yeah, in between locks.
Okay, so you think the point A to point B at either end of the Suez Canal is horizontal?
Yeah, the entire canal. There being no locks goes from one sea because it's a sea canal, isn't it? It's sea to sea.
So you think it's a perfectly horizontal line?
Well, I wouldn't say perfectly horizontal. There's bumps in it because there's obviously boats going all over the place in it, like big boats as well. But yeah, it's a canal. It's level. Yes.
So do you have?
It's all one. It's all one level.
Yeah, but level doesn't mean it's horizontal.
It does.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't.
Okay.
Because I could say
you're making a counterclaim. Blue's also said because I say I've got a proof that level is horizontal. Would you say you have a proof that it's not horizontal?
Yes, because when you say level, you mean elevation above a point. Right?
When I say level, I mean level, horizontal.
Okay, you're just making up definitions then. Because level means no part
No, I
above
say
the
I
other.
can prove that
Equal
level is
distance.
horizontal. Don't worry about that. Yeah.
And how did you prove that?
By giving you a proof. But I
What-
mean, like
what was
we're
your
not
proof?
ready to do that tonight. I'm just asking you: do you have your proof that level is not horizontal?
Yeah, yes, because it means it literally means a difference in elevation.
Okay, so you say not horizontal. Level is not horizontal.
It doesn't necessarily mean horizontal.
What do you mean? It doesn't necessarily mean?
Because in some references it can. In some references
so it can be horizontal at some
yes,
point.
Could be and is are two different things.
Okay, right. So when you say it's not, do you mean something like a computer game level?
I mean like something like on Earth, a level in reference to Earth, the surface of the Earth.
Horizontal.
No, you keep saying that.
Well, it's an even altitude, so it's not really got any reference to Earth. Especially when you're talking about a water level, that's got no reference to Earth.
You're telling me
at all.
It's horizontal. Okay?
Yeah,
but all that level means is no part higher than the other. That can literally mean at the point of the radius, where the radius comes from, at the center of the sphere.
Sorry?
So
did you say radius?
Yes. Okay. So
elevation.
Something from
vertical.
Because you could have something at the same radius would be at the same level.
A vertical plane.
Yes, two things at the same radius on the circle or sphere from each other would be level with each other.
No, they wouldn't. No, I mean that we've definitely had that one with Mick West. Yeah, absolutely certain of that. Have you never done that? Have you never heard of that one?
So you're telling me I'm wrong, but
yeah, I'm telling you, Mick West will tell you you're wrong. You've done what Sean Huffrod did himself. He said that a circle level isn't a circle.
Did you ask that surveyor guy?
What?
Was it Kuklinski? Sounds like the Iceman.
That YouTuber? No, he's gone. You can't ask him anything unless he comes back. Jesse, come back. Come back, Jesse. We want to ask you a few questions. No, we can't ask Jesse, but I have asked surveyors, and they say that level is horizontal. Strangely enough, but you say that couldn't be, right? There's no way a surveyor would do that. And there's no way that Mick West would tell Sean Huffrod to stop saying that level is a circle, because it's obviously not. It's ridiculous to say that level is a circle.
I'm not saying it is, I'm saying it can be.
It can't be.
According
circle.
To what?
There's no bent what? Levels. That's a ridiculous thing that WS sent to Jose as a joke. It's not real. Bent levels go in the skip.
So, but according to what? Can a level line not be curved?
Level lines can't be curved, right? Yes.
According to what?
According to level being a straight line on a horizontal plane.
You're just telling me this.
Well, it's in any definition of any dictionary that you ever go to, level is horizontal. It is a horizontal plane.
It's used colloquially for horizontal because most things done with a level horizontal.
Yeah. So everybody, normal people, colloquially know that level is horizontal, right? Because that's what all the dictionaries say about level. Everybody who ever uses it knows that it's horizontal. Only the rare few brave people on Discord that are willing to keep the secrets of level that say it's actually a circle. And we say, no, it's a horizontal plane. And you say, oh no, I'm going to deny what Mick West said about Sean. I'm going with Sean Huffrod. That's it for me. I'm having a circular level. In fact, it's even better than that, isn't it? It's not just circular.
So all I have to really
let the ladies and gentlemen know about what shape a level is.
Okay, so all I have to do is show you
in your mind
or a use.
Give us the full shape
conforming to the level of the Earth.
Yeah, go on.
That's all I really have to do.
What shape is it? Level.
I mean, level with the Earth would be a spheroid, I guess, because it's not a perfect sphere.
Like it. Would it be anything related to a globe, perhaps?
No, that is a sphere, yeah.
Yeah. So you think level is like a globe? Very similar.
I'm saying level
in your mind,
be like
right?
a globe.
Yeah. Yeah, you have the same idea and model of level as you do for a globe in your mind. Because in reality, level is horizontal.
So if you did have a little toy globe and you had two objects
here, actually,
yeah, two objects.
Yeah.
Two objects on the surface of that globe at two different points. You wouldn't say that they're level with each other?
Not on a ball, no.
Why?
Because it wouldn't be level with each other. Because I have a firm understanding of I know what level is. It's on a vertical
from
datum,
the radius.
Right? Have you heard of a vertical datum? Do you know what it is?
So what do you call two things that are equal distance from a radius?
Pardon?
Like, what would you call two objects that are equal distance from a given radius?
I would
radius
say
distance from each other.
On the circumference. The circumference?
But it's not on circumference. It's equal distance from, because the circumference would be the surface of the sphere, but they're not part of the surface. They're standing on the surface. They're on top.
So you're just using a compass as a point mover to move 2 points from an equal center.
No. Oh. I'm just placing two objects on the surface of this little globe that are equal distance the globe back. Okay. That are both equal distance from the center.
Center.
Yeah. Okay. The center of the globe, the center of mass, or whatever you want to call it.
You're not talking about a geometric model now, then?
Well, it doesn't really matter. It's a sphere. It's just referencing a sphere.
Well, it does, because the center would denote a Euclidean sphere. Obviously.
Okay. Regardless, there is some distance to the center, and they both share the same radius.
On a Euclidean sphere, yeah.
It doesn't matter.
What doesn't matter?
Because those two objects are equal distance from that center. Therefore, they can follow the same level line with each other.
Yeah, but elevation's on a vertical, right?
Yes, but you could even draw, like, you don't have to draw a full circumference, like you said. You can just take each object, draw an arc between them.
Yeah, but the elevation of the ball would be the vertical height all the way through it.
What's the elevation
horizontal?
Of the sphere?
You put two horizontal tangent planes, which obviously this is the way it works, right? I don't know whether you were watching last night, but you put a Z plane. You put a Z plane at the bottom, and you put a Z plane at the top. Now, the 2 points that the ball touches those 2 points, those two Z planes, right? There will be a tangent from the planes that goes all the way through. Now, that would be a vertical, right? Distance. That vertical distance would be the elevation difference of one plane, the bottom, underneath the ball, to the top plane. That would be called the elevation change, and it would be the exact dimension of the diameter of the sphere.
So what do you define as the top of a sphere?
The bit at the highest point.
Like as you said,
where the top Z plane would touch the very top of the ball.
And where is that on a sphere?
At the top.
And where's the top of a sphere?
If you have two horizontal planes, one would be on the bottom and the ball, and it would be on the top. If that horizontal plane wasn't horizontal, the ball would roll. So you put the plane in a position where the ball does not roll anywhere, in any direction. That you would call a horizontal plane. You then put another horizontal plane parallel to the other horizontal plane on top of the ball, and you measure the distance between the two, vertical height.
I never asked how to not make a ball roll. I said if you have a ball in your hand or a sphere, how do you identify the top or bottom?
You put it on a horizontal plane, and the point that it touches on each of those planes, the one at the top and the one at the bottom, there you go.
Okay, so what happens if I flip it?
Flip what?
And put it back down. If I flip the ball and put it back down, the top now the bottom?
Would the horizontal planes move?
The horizontal plane flips with it?
No. I said to you, you're flipping the ball. You can do whatever you want with the ball. Would the horizontal planes move at all?
Would the horizontal planes move? No. Like, what do you mean? What plane are you referencing?
Parallel. The ones that establish the height of the ball. The vertical distance between the two, where the ball fit in between the top plane and the bottom plane. That denotes where the top of the sphere is and where the bottom of the sphere is.
So,
surely you understand what top and bottom means on a vertical, right?
I understand what top and bottom mean. I don't know where they are in a sphere.
Well, you establish the horizontal plane, right, on the top and the bottom, and the point where it touches the top sphere and the point where it touches the bottom plane, you would call one the top of the vertical, and you would call the other one the bottom of the vertical. Now, if you do not know which one of those two is the top and which one's the bottom, then I'm sorry. I can't really help you anymore.
I don't know if you heard what you said. You said you establish the top and bottom by putting lines on the top and bottom.
Putting a plane. You put the ball
on the top and bottom.
You put the ball on a plane, a horizontal plane, so it doesn't roll. You make that a horizontal plane. Now, where that ball is touching that plane, that's the bottom of the ball. Then you put another plane parallel to that one that you've just put on top of it, and where that touches the ball at the top, you call it the tangent point, that's the top of the ball.
Okay.
So, do you understand that now?
Well, it sounds like
I'm just making sure everybody else that's with us, because these are very basic concepts.
It sounds like you're just putting a horizontal plane
that you just said.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're just putting a horizontal plane in between the ball and then calling one end the top and one end the bottom. You're not really identifying
in between two horizontal planes and using those horizontal planes to establish where the top and the bottom of the ball is.
So, in other words, you're arbitrarily picking 2 points on the ball to call top and bottom.
Getting the horizontal plane that obviously everybody could understand.
Yeah, but
then they could understand where the bottom is and where the top is. I mean, like...
Yeah. But you're essentially just choosing a random point to make the top.
No, I'm using the reference frames from reality in order to show which is the top and which is the bottom.
Yes,
so
the one touching one horizontal is the bottom, and the parallel horizontal is the top.
Yes.
But again, you're choosing an arbitrary way to choose top and bottom.
No, that would be the vertical. Like, obviously, you know, right? Yes, because vertical is a twin. It's bi-directional. It means up and down, right?
Yeah,
so at one end of that line, vertical, you can call the top. That's what that's maybe just me, but that's what I'm using. I'm using the reference of the horizontal planes and the tangent points to make the vertical, to show the vertical top and the vertical bottom, because that's what you asked for.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, so again, you're using it from your own point of reference to choose
from the horizontals and verticals.
What would be the top and bottom?
What would you choose as the top and bottom of the ball then?
I can choose any point to be a top and bottom because there's no defined point that is one.
Could they both, like, could you say this is the top of the ball and point to a little point there, and then go, this is also the bottom of the ball? Like, pointing to the same peak. And, like, is there a point on the ball that you could denote as both the top and the bottom?
I absolutely can, because all I got to do is take your ball in between those two horizontal planes and flip it 180 degrees, and then say the same thing again.
You've got an identity problem there, Sam. No, I don't know why anybody would want to bother talking to you.
The bottom point.
You seem
pretty simple,
like really confused, and also probably dangerous to talk to people like you.
I don't think I'm the one that's confused here. This is a pretty simple demo.
Mm-hmm.
Like because we basically found out that you just kind of picked 2 points to be top and bottom, and we could arbitrarily just change them around 180 degrees.
No, I just used the ball. I used the ball to denote the horizontal plane by saying the point that the ball didn't roll anywhere.
Yeah, and again, I can flip the ball.
And then I use that very reference frame of the very ball not rolling to denote the bottom of the ball. I then put a horizontal plane parallel to it to denote the top of the ball.
Okay.
So I just use the ball.
Yeah.
To denote its own top and bottom.
And for me to flip those points, all I had to do was flip the ball.
You roll the ball. Yeah.
No, I didn't have to roll. I picked it up, flipped it around, and put it back down right where it was. Do you not see my point here?
No, not really.
That arbitrarily to choose a top and a bottom? Because it's a matter of perspective. It's a matter of your own point of reference.
But in order for you to, in reality, like what we were doing there was something in reality. There's a ball. Now, you seriously wouldn't say to somebody, see that ball there? Where's the top? And they point to the top of it and you go, no, well, watch this. Where's the top now? It's like it's still there. It's at the top.
Yeah, no.
If I move the ball, where's the top now? It's like it's there, it's still at the top. Like the top actually doesn't move, does it?
I can just reorientate the ball and say there's a different point.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it any other point the top. The top's only going to be defined by the ball and the position that the ball's in. The top is always going to be the top.
Exactly, eh? In reference to something.
In reference to the reference frame of reality.
Yeah. So exactly. So we reference to what is.
We reference it to those horizontal planes of reference.
So this comes back down to you guys saying you travel up a wall of water and then back down.
No,
it's completely a moot
we've referenced it to the horizontal plane.
No, because we can say any point along that curve is the top of the globe from the reference point of the person walking. Yes, we all can.
No.
Yes.
So you're saying
that's how
because you can imagine that everybody's on the top.
Yeah, any person from their own perspective, their own point of view, would be on the top of the globe.
Yeah, but egocentric coordinate systems don't exist.
We're not saying that they exist. I'm saying that's how people's brains derive reality from your own perspective.
That's how your imagination works. I like it. Yeah, now you're getting it.
That's how everyone's.
That's where the globe is. Yeah, completely with you. Yeah.
No, that's just essentially because my point is that because you can't identify the top or bottom of a ball,
you can identify the top and bottom of a ball.
Any specific point.
I don't know why you're struggling to identify where the top and the bottom of a ball are.
Yeah, you were the one that was struggling.
Have you ever played? Have you ever played
just
pool?
Figured out that you had to bring in
have you ever played pool?
Lines?
Have you ever played pool?
Yes.
Have you ever done a screw shot?
I can't say I've done a screw shot before.
Okay. Have you ever put a bit of top on it?
Yep.
Yeah. Right. So you know where the top of the ball is.
Yeah, in reference to me.
In reference to the ball, right? In reference to reality.
No, in reference
and
to
the
me.
reference frames that we live in, you know where the top and the bottom of the ball are. Your argument seems a little bit strange, to be honest.
No, because in reference
you've not
to me,
really thought this through, have you?
I don't think you really thought of this whole argument through very well.
What, the reference of a ball having a top and a bottom?
We just established from your example of finding the top and bottom that I can pick any other 2 points and get the same result and make those the top and bottom. So it shows that they're basically arbitrary.
It's a ball.
Because they're dependent
what do you not understand about
perspective
a ball?
of the viewer. Yeah, but you basically are admitting it comes down to the perspective of the viewer, of the observer.
No. Wherever you position the ball in reality, that will dictate where the top of the ball is.
Yes, in reference to the person who put it there. Yes.
No, in reference to the horizontal planes that exist in reality that show you where the top of the ball is.
What horizontal planes in reality? Can you show me that?
The vertical datum. Have you never heard of it? Have we not been talking about
where's it? Where's the vertical datum in reality?
Where's
We're going to play this game.
Where's vertical?
Show me where this datum is in reality. Show me where this datum is in reality.
The datum?
Yeah, show me where that is in reality.
I've got one. There's one, yeah. I've got to get on my phone here. Oh, in the live chat. There you go. See that?
Okay, so is that the official datum point of the world, or is that UK?
That's a datum.
Yeah. A datum.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what you asked for, right?
There can be more than one.
Show you the datum. Yeah,
so
they're all points. There's billions of them.
Okay, so why did they choose this specific point?
Because they wanted to establish it so that they know where to take reference from.
So they arbitrarily chose it.
Well, that's where they put it, yeah.
Okay, again, making my point for me. It's all about perspective. It's all about
It's not about perspective. It's all reference to the same mean sea level.
It is. They're taking that in reference to an observer at this point.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Because they're referencing from a perspective of this point. Right? Mm-hmm. They could have chose 100 feet north of that, and they still would have done the same thing. There's no official datum
it's all reference.
Yeah,
it is. It's the tidal observatory was established to determine mean sea level, and that's the starting point for level in the UK. The brass bolt in Newlyn is the benchmark for the entire UK. So that datum that we just showed you a bit earlier is referenced to this datum. A 0 here at this point. Well, it won't be 0 actually, will it? Because it's already above. Obviously, that's established above the mean 0.
If they had moved that datum point to another location, but did the same thing...
They've moved every datum point to wherever they are, with elevations.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's how they make maps.
It's just a point of reference.
Yeah, that's how they make maps. It's and not, elevation changes.
It's not a real point of any real,
Yeah, that's definitely real. That datum is definitely real. Both the benchmark in Newlyn, it's a big mass brass bolt, is definitely real. Absolutely. And you can reference them. You can put your real tools and take real measurements of real vertical measurements from this datum point, because it's on a vertical datum. So you measure vertical heights from it and reference all of the vertical heights to these datums. And then you can establish a new datum at a new point, and you can know the vertical elevation of that point, because it's referenced to all of them. All of them are referenced together.
You're not getting my point. Is that it's arbitrary where we can choose where these datum points will be. They're not a specific spot. There's not
anyone can. Yeah, you can get them. Yeah, you can go and find a benchmark wherever you want.
Yes, you can find one, but that doesn't mean it has to be only that one. It doesn't mean
you can take it and you can move it wherever you want. If you've got the tools, you've got auto levels. Yeah, you can do that
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Because
on a horizontal,
it's really just arbitrary where they choose these points, like choosing the top of a ball. It's just in reference to some point.
Yeah, you find the height of the ball, won't you? You find the diameter of the ball, the sphere, the size of it.
What?
Yeah, that's how you would find the size, the dimensions of the sphere, is by doing exactly that. You would place two planes parallel to each other and measure the distance through the tangent between them.
I mean, there's more ways than that, but I mean, yeah, you could do that. But again, you could reorientate that ball any number of ways you want and change the top or bottom. And it's really just dependent on how you orientate it.
Yeah, but it's just a ball.
It has no dependency on a set.
Yeah, a ball doesn't. A sphere has no, because all of the dimensions are the same.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
And that's my whole point all along was when you guys reference there has to be a 90-foot wall of water to climb. Well, no, because
it
it's
was
still
on the
same.
vertical datum.
It's still the same distance, equal distance away from the center point, from the center
No,
of the
that's
Earth.
not. Yeah, that's not how datums are referenced, though, is it?
Why are you saying you keep going back to datums? I'm talking about
because that was all of the point. That was all of the points that Jesse got. Datums. That's what they're called.
Yes, they're
all of those elevation datums. Things are called datums, right?
Yes,
individually.
You can use them. I know that. I know. But I'm saying when you follow along the curvature of the Earth, you're not changing your elevation.
Okay.
You're just changing.
Let me go then, right? So we start off at one place and we go in 10 foot, right? Elevation. And we keep going. Oh, shit, another 10 foot. It's still 10 foot. Keep going. It's 10 foot. It's still 10 foot. Straight line. It's still 10 foot. Now, we got our tool that establishes a horizontal. It's called a level, auto level. Establishes a horizontal plane. Now, if we find no deviation from that 10-foot elevation, and we go like 2 miles, and we don't find any deviation using a tool that establishes a horizontal, what sort of shape is that line?
So what you're doing is you're saying, I'm establishing this horizontal plane, and any distance from that horizontal plane perpendicularly from it is a change in elevation.
No, I'm just saying, we're going all the way along, establishing no change in elevation on that horizontal.
Yeah, but if we were to do that, we'd have to understand the surface that we're on. If it is curving,
just reality
would change that vertical distance would change. Right? I mean, if you did it on a fucking cone, you'd get the same thing.
We'd be establishing a horizontal. You know what a horizontal is?
Yes, I know. We've been through this already.
Okay. But it's a straight line, isn't it? And zero change in elevation on a horizontal would establish, what shape would that be? That would be horizontal, wouldn't it?
If there was no change in the horizontal plane or reference from the ground to the horizontal plane, I should say.
Yeah.
Right. But that has not been shown by you guys.
But if, like I'm saying, if we were to get a tool that establishes does differential leveling and auto level and go along and establish that there were no change in elevation, how far do you reckon we could get with that horizontal? Do you think we could go?
Can you repeat that again?
Okay.
If we established a horizontal.
Yep. So let's say we're in Liverpool where the docks are and the canals come up, so it's the start of the canal, right? So we could go along the towpath of that canal for 27 miles without establishing any elevation change if we were referencing the water of that canal for 27 miles. Right? No change.
Okay, so has that been done?
Has it been done?
Yes.
To establish a zero elevation change on the canal?
No, not elevation change. Has someone established a horizontal plane and measured from that the whole length of the canal and found there is no deviation?
From the horizontal?
From that one horizontal plane established at that one point.
Yeah, definitely. I would say definitely yes.
So who has done this?
The people that built the canal.
Built the canal. All they had to do was dig water or dig a hole in the water.
Be sure to go in 27 miles to make sure the water doesn't spill out of it.
You just need to dig out so much depth so boats can get through. I don't know why they're measuring water.
Well, for engineering and all that. Have you never heard of that sort of stuff?
I mean, I think maybe the Panama Canal had to worry about it because it had those differential, they had to, I can't even remember what they're called. They bring the ships in, they flood it to raise it up and keep it going.
Locks.
But I don't think it's exclusively called locks, but it could be. But the Suez Canal does not have that. It's just they literally just dug a hole enough to flood with water that boats can then float through.
Yeah. Well, like I say, from Liverpool, 27 miles. There's no locks. Just one stretch of water. So they obviously had to make it horizontal to keep the water in it, right? You don't want your water spilling out anywhere.
Yeah, but you're just thinking that water will behave differently on a globe if we ignore gravity. I guess it would.
Just talking about reality. We just want to get the boats from A to B, and we know that water level is horizontal, right? Otherwise, it would be flowing. Like that's how water flows.
Unless there's something called gravity pulling it.
I don't know what's that. Vertical. That's just vertical, though, right?
No.
It's not vertical.
No, gravity is not vertical. That's not what that means.
Oh. What's the vector of gravity then?
It goes. It's vector. It pulls downwards or towards the center.
So that's
of the
the down part of vertical, right? Vertical goes up as well.
Yes, but gravity does not mean down.
Vertical means up and down, and one
means
part
an attraction.
Okay.
Things to gravitate towards each other.
But the vector would be the down part of vertical.
Yes, the direction tends to go towards the center of mass, which would be down for any observer.
Yeah. So anti-gravity would be the opposite of down, which would be up, which also would be vertical. So for instances of yours using geometry and to keep it simple in people's minds, can we just say that the basic effects of whatever mysterious force this G thing is, it just does vertical, right? That's the common day, easy approach for what gravity does. It's just vertical.
That is not a really good definition for it.
Is it not? It's a bit specialer than that. But we're just talking about geometry, really.
But you're only referencing points on Earth. Which, okay.
What?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I've never really been anywhere else, and this is the best place for me to reference things. Like I said, let's keep it simple for people, and most people have never been anywhere else other than on the Earth, or unless you mean on a plane. But I think vertical is still vertical on a plane. It doesn't change.
You still want your definitions to be specific enough to be useful.
Do you mean on a plane that vertical isn't vertical, or that it changes?
Why do you keep saying planes? Nobody's talking about planes.
Because that's not on the ground on the Earth. I'm lifting us off the Earth.
Oh, you mean an airplane? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Because it's just vertical, isn't it?
Well, in reference to ourselves, yes, that is what that vector is. But if it's say like the gravitational pull between the moon and Earth, is that up and down? I mean, in reference to what? I don't think there's any real reference to say what it is. I mean, if you're referencing the plane or the
we were referencing the ball that you were talking about earlier. With the top
if we're
and
referencing the disk of the solar system,
now
maybe
you're going into some really weird shit.
Pretty basic stuff, but
yeah. So that's you talking about vertical, but we are just talking about here, and we were talking about a water surface on a canal, weren't we? Not changing, and how we can say horizontal. Yeah, the horizontal just the horizontal just manages to show you how water flows, right?
Water just adheres to forces subjected to it.
So if you were to have a horizontal plane and then you were to drop one corner of it, where would the water go?
Where's the center of gravity?
Where would that be?
That's what I'm asking.
It's a horizontal plane, you tell me.
Is it at point zero?
Where's the point zero? Where do you want to put 0? Right in the middle, right? We'll have a horizontal plane, indefinitely large, but right in the center, we'll have a pivot point.
Okay.
Right, now we're going to say, let's drop left-hand corner, A. Where will the water go?
So if center of gravity is at the center, and you pivoted slightly, it would slope down towards that.
A.
Yeah.
Right, okay, then let's lift it back up, make it horizontal again. Let's move B down. Where would the where would the water go?
Same thing, Bev.
Yeah. Okay, well, we could do that to every point on the plane, and the water would always go to the bit that drops.
Yes, but we don't live on a plane.
Okay, but that water would flow to the point that is the lowest on that plane, right?
If we lived on a plane where gravity only pulled towards the downward direction of the plane,
okay,
then yes, it would do that.
Okay, so how would it work on a horizontal plane? What about, let's say, a level plane? What's a level plane look like?
A level in reference to what?
Whatever you want to have level reference to. Let's say reference it to a globe. What would a level plane look like in reference to a globe?
Well, if we're referencing a globe, the gravitational attraction is towards the center, so everything is pulled towards the center at any one point. So water will basically try to flow towards the center as best it can, but obviously the topography of the Earth will prevent it from doing so, so it'll just form a level line around the Earth.
Okay, so all of the water should be at the same
distance,
like exactly
to
the same
center.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say exactly, but roughly.
Okay, so all of those places that are below sea level should be underwater, right?
Yep.
What about if there are places that are below sea level that aren't underwater?
If they're not flooded with water currently, then obviously the elevation around it is too high to keep the water from coming in.
Okay. I like it. I do, I like it. That'd be good. So you say, what about if we reference a level surface to reality? To like a vertical and horizontal, right? Because that's reality, isn't it? Vertical and horizontal. Definitely reality. You wouldn't make up such a thing as horizontal if it didn't exist in reality, would it?
Well, I mean, they can be referenced in reality, sure.
Yeah. So for them to use horizontal as a reference frame in reality, you'd think that they would know when they call it a plane that it's a plane, and whenever like they made the Cartesian coordinate system X, Y, and Z, you'd think that's a plane coordinate system, right?
Well, I mean, it just depends on how they want to represent. So, like, if you think about it, if you want to map something out and you have an irregular shape, would it be inconvenient to carry around said shape? So, like, if what you lived on was a rectangle, is it convenient walking around with a big rectangle in your bag? Or is it more convenient to have something, two-dimensional, like a piece of paper to represent? Right?
You mean a map?
Yeah, exactly, like a map.
Yeah.
Right?
2D.
So it's a matter of convenience.
Scale.
I mean, you can scale it down, sure.
Yeah, you can scale it up as well. That's why it's a scale map. Scale maps are a representation of reality, aren't they?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So you'd have to take a three-dimensional object, scale it down, and try to represent it in 2 dimensions in order to have...
They do a good job with the contour lines and everything, don't they? They have, like, the map is on the X and Y, and then all of the elevation changes are shown on the Z with the contour lines. I think it's a good idea. I mean, it does really show the changes, and like you say, it is more handy to have a 2D map.
Yeah, exactly.
Because there is no curved maps, is there? There's no such thing.
Well, you can buy a globe, but it's definitely not as convenient to be used.
Can you buy a 2-scale globe?
No, you cannot buy a 2-scale globe
because they don't make them, do they?
No,
isn't that weird?
So that'd be a little hard to do.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is a circle, like a sphere thing, so you'd have thought it would have been one of the easiest things to do.
You mean a scaled down globe?
No, I mean 2-scale.
2-scale of the Earth.
Yeah, 2-scale globe model.
So a globe...
They don't exist, do they?
A globe the size of the Earth.
What?
Yeah, because that's what when you say to scale, you mean building it to the same scale.
No, do you know
so scaled down is what you mean.
To scale means?
Yeah, scaled down.
A scale, yes. Whatever scale you choose to represent it at.
I see what you mean now, yeah. So, do they make them perfectly scaled down? I mean...
The answer is no, they don't. There's no such thing.
There's probably nothing perfectly accurate, but there's definitely some that are very close.
Yeah. There are maps, though, aren't they? There are maps that are 2-scale.
Yeah, but
countries.
They actually find that a globe is more accurate in distance between land masses than a map would be of the same size.
Like the naval charts, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, if you had a naval chart of the entire Atlantic Ocean,
you can't. Yeah,
that would not be.
You're not saying that a globe is more accurate than the naval charts that they use, are you? I mean, that would be ridiculous for you to say that.
I mean, every map has distortion, but how zoomed in it is at a certain point will have less.
2-scale maps of the UK there's no distortion. They've mapped it and triangulated the UK. Don't be saying that they're not accurate. They are. They said that last triangulation they got like within an inch, I think. Very accurate, like over the entire UK.
Okay. Yeah, and again, so the more zoomed in you are at a certain point, like landmass.
They measured the entire thing, right?
Yes, I know.
Scale 1-to-1.
I understand that.
And then they scale it down to put it on the map. But the real life measurements were taken locally by surveyors, locally surveying these measurements in real life scale 1-to-1. Yeah.
So my point is the more scaled down, but like the more zoomed in you are at a certain point, like the UK, the less distortions you're going to have. Whereas if you had it over a curved surface, or you drew it over a curved surface to scale, then it would have much less distortions in it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. When you make maps and we do point to point, we go shortest distance, like we were saying earlier. That's the horizontal distance is the shortest distance.
Actually, most times when they plot like trips over the ocean, they usually form a curved line, not a horizontal.
No, they don't. They on the map naval charts they have flat maps like they do on the land.
I can post one if you want.
Well, I'm just talking about the UK. The actual maps that I'm talking about are the ones that are to scale for the entire UK, right? They're the particular maps that I'm talking about. The ones where they've measured them on the land, because we all know that you can't measure the water. That'd be ridiculous. So only the measurements on the land are the ones that are actually measured. And all of these points on the land, the shortest distance from point to point are horizontal distances between towns and cities, and from one point in the UK to the other point in the UK. If you get a ruler on a scale map and measure it, that's a horizontal distance. The shortest distance from point to point.
Okay, so why would ships going across the Pacific chart out their course in a curved line?
I don't know. Why do you think they would?
But you can bring up the shipping routes all like from all over the world, and you'll find some of them, especially across long reaches, follow a curved line. Why wouldn't they do a straight line?
I haven't got a clue. Why do you think?
Pretty sure it's because the Earth is curved, but I mean, this is me.
Oh well, again.
And
you think the water's curved because you've got a flat map that's got a curve on it. You think that makes the water curve.
I think gravity makes water curve, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So when I say a horizontal plane, water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. Is it your gravity that makes that curve? Because I mean, I don't know how much curve does a horizontal plane have?
Nobody said horizontal planes have curve.
Okay, so the gravity doesn't make the horizontal plane curve. That's good. No. That's good. As long as gravity can't affect the horizontal, that's good, right? It's not all powerful. Can't bend horizontal planes. That's good. Geometry.
I think you need to realize that a horizontal plane is just a reference. It's not an entity that exists.
Oh. Perpendicular to vertical.
Which is also a reference.
Yeah, because a vertical and a plumb bob and a level and a horizontal plane have definite bearings in reality, right?
You can't go and find a horizontal plane or a vertical plane. It's just something that is established as a reference.
Yeah, you use those tools to find them, yeah.
You have to establish it.
They're already there, right? Always there.
I mean, sort of.
Always
I guess,
there,
in a way,
always, especially the horizontals, they're always parallel to each other.
But they're still references. They're not real entities. Like you can't curve a horizontal plane because a horizontal plane doesn't actually exist. It's a reference.
It's a geometric thing. It's a Euclidean. Yeah. I get it.
Yeah.
Well, the plane is Euclidean, but horizontal is just a real life reference, right? For a reference frame. We use the plane Euclidean to describe what a plane is. And we use horizontal and vertical to reference those planes in reality.
You can use a flat object, or you can grab a flat object that is horizontal to something and then bend it and make it curve. But that's just you exerting force on an object.
Wow.
You can't exert force on a reference.
Yeah. Nice.
So
I like you.
The reference of the horizontal plane is not going to conform with the curvature of the Earth because gravity has no influence over it because it is a reference.
Yeah. It's just a reference, isn't it? It's just an orientation horizontal.
Yes.
Yeah. It's not real. Well,
no.
Apart from being like horizontal. And the orientation that everybody understands it is.
Yeah,
and
description.
All of the horizontals being parallel to each other as well. Apart from that, it's just like something you can just forget about. Don't worry about it. I'd forget about it if I were you.
It appears we've come full circle, so I think this is where I'll make my exit here.
Thank you very much, though. It's been interesting. In the minds, I'm going to call these conversations with the model afflicted. You all right with that?
I'm sure.
Good. Would you admit to having a little bit of model affliction?
I mean, if you want me to admit that everybody has a bias, yes.
Okay. I think everybody has a little bit of model affliction.
Absolutely. Everybody has a bias towards something that they believe in.
That's good. Thanks for coming and talking.
Yeah, no worries.
And do you think Blue's drawing has helped in any way?
Helped to what?
To either express what a vertical plane is or how elevations are measured on a vertical. Or do you think Blue's picture sort of confused it a bit?
I mean, I don't think it's a good reference for explaining something above a vertical point per se, or I don't know. I'd have to ask him personally what exactly he's trying to represent.
You know what? If you're after globe elevation stuff, I'd really shout out to George. Go and have a word with George and ask him about RBD face, because that's the global differential leveling technique, and it is genius. And there's only George can explain it to you. I'm not so sure anybody else has even attempted a global differential leveling system using horizontals, intersecting horizontals. No doubt he was really laying it on thick. It was genius. We might even have to get it back out again.
Oh, if they appear in here again, I'll probably try to catch them.
No, you'll have to go over to Adult Globe Earth Discord server. Blues.
Which one is that?
Yeah, Blues.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, Blue Marble Sciences, or I think you can catch him over at Mr. Sensibles as well. He's over there.
Oh, I don't think I have that one.
I don't have Mr. Sensibles.
All right, well, I'll keep an eye out for it then.
Yeah.
All right, then. Cheers, boys and girls.
Thank you very much. Anytime. Who else have we got? All right. Well, that was nice, wasn't it? Pleasant little chat. I don't need to put my camera on anymore. Wow. Hump day. The confusion between horizontal and vertical and elevation changes. How do you think that went? That was surprisingly informational from somebody who obviously hasn't got a clue about surveying or anything like that. I didn't take over too much there, did I? I've never really talked to Sam before. Oh, that was nice. Nice. Yeah. And actually, I got a new member, so thank you very much, Skeptic. New member tonight. Says a horizontal plane can only be referenced on a ball. Can only be referenced on the ball. There's no such thing as a horizontal plane on the globe model. Rumpus told us about it quite a bit ago. He said horizontal at a point. And for the reason I tried to explain earlier, if you travel anywhere along that horizontal plane and you establish a perpendicular to it, you are going to have a parallel vertical. And if there's one thing that they know on their model, there's no such thing as a parallel vertical. So the very basic geometric problem of them having a plane with a perpendicular to it means it has to be vertical, and they can't have parallels. So on the globe model, there are no such things as horizontal planes. They don't exist. Just horizontal at a point. And that point, strangely enough, that point, strangely enough, is within the string of the plumb line.
Of course.
Yeah, so horizontal planes don't exist on the globe model.
Gone. They had to go. Casualty of war.
Yeah. And because there are no horizontals, a problem of that is if there's a vertical plane, then perpendicular to the vertical plane must be a horizontal plane. And as we've just explained, there's no such thing as a horizontal plane on the globe. Therefore, you cannot have a vertical plane either. It's a problematic.
That's a problem.
It's a problematic, yeah. I would imagine having a vertical plane being a problem because you can develop a horizontal plane from that. Is a massive problem for the globe model. But I mean, like I say, I don't have this. Luckily enough, though, there are people that keep coming in here telling us about their model. And because they keep doing that, we keep going, wait a minute. If you're talking about your model and these lines and saying they can have horizontals intersecting, and then, wait a minute, they're vertical planes, not horizontal planes. And you can't actually have a horizontal plane, because we know in reality horizontal planes and vertical planes obviously exist. And the reason the horizontal plane exists is because water level is obviously a horizontal plane. That's why horizontals exist. Because of the water. I mean, they weren't stupid back in the day. They weren't uneducated. They know what a horizontal is. And they know what vertical is. And they know ancient times that planes are perpendicular. They wrote it down in a book.
Think the Egyptians knew that when they built the pyramids?
Absolutely.
Uh-huh.
If they didn't know what vertical and horizontal were, then structures wouldn't exist. They wouldn't be still standing.
Yes, sir.
You don't apply reality rules to building projects, then you find that you have some serious errors in your building projects. I mean, I liked his excuse for canal building. Just dig. Just dig out so the boats can get through.
That's it.
Yeah. Just dig. Be right. Keep going. You got the boat behind you.
I particularly like the 90-foot wall of water. That's my favorite.
It needs models making, doesn't it? You know, we need a way to express this sort of stuff. Because somewhere wrapped up in it is the bob. Like when Rakir went over there. That shortest distance between 2 points being shorter than a plane and a straight line distance from Bob has got to be fitted into it, because the problem about them going over the bridge is it gets bigger. It's not the shortest distance.
They got the hump.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like Blue's drawing. I might even have to get him to fix it, and then I can use it. I mean, it would be great if he could label it vertical plane. That'd help me a lot in you know, the way I'm talking about it. Because that would express that there's definitely a vertical height change, because it's on a vertical plane. You'd have to put a bottom and then a top, and then you would be able to see where the vertical change was. That's how it works, isn't it? The vertical datum. Yeah. Beddy's helped us out with these lines on a plane, and it's becoming clearer now, this plane for height and elevation adjustments on the vertical datum.
That's truly amazing. They think you can have a hump or a drop without elevation change. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, on a vertical plane.
On a vertical plane, yeah.
You can have a vertical change on a vertical plane and it not be a change in elevation, even though elevation is measured on a vertical datum.
Yeah.
That is some fantastic globe logic that I'm surprised nobody's looked into or found. And I'd like to again thank Betty for taking us into this vertical plane paradox. That it does take a little bit of time to work through most of this stuff. So don't worry if it's not quite sinking in yet, or you've not quite got it if you're listening. Because obviously what you have to put in your mind at the same time is here that you've got reality. Now, reality is reality. It's not going to change. There's no difference at all. There's one reality, and it's the same for everyone. We have vertical, we have horizontal. Reality doesn't change. What does change is the model. Now, you can go along imagining that reality and the model are one in the same. And then there's no problem, right? There's no paradox. There's no nothing. But when somebody points out to you, like Blue does, and he does a drawing that shows a hump, but then they show that hump and say, but there's no elevation change on that hump. So they're basically telling you reality. There's no elevation change. You can't see the hump. They're just trying to inject a model within a drawing. And now we did imaginometry, which is, oh man, that's hilarious to get into. But one of the main tenets of imaginometry is this stuff cannot be expressed on paper in reality. Imaginometry should only exist in the mind. And that's what the globe model is. It only exists in the mind. The moment you try and put it onto paper, in reality, try and talk about it, try and inject any reality into it, the model fails. Especially with geometry.
Talking like our guest tonight did.
Yeah. Round and round in circles. Where, it's a complicated conversation, especially when you're on one side of it and you're thinking about reality. But then you're not really understanding how the model doesn't really comport with reality. You have to have this two-sided thing where I think that's where we might be a little bit different, right? Because if you're overloaded with a model, then you're blinded by that model and you're blinded by the arguments that have already been set. It takes a bit of time for you to be able to see the reality behind it all. And the way you get rid of certain things. There's a lot of people that keep coming and telling us about their model. But when you weigh it up with reality, it doesn't always comport. Well, it like never comports, actually. I've never witnessed, and even scientifically talking about water, everyone knows there cannot be a hump of water 28.5 meters. Now, if your model dictates there is, and you end up drawing drawings that show a 28.5 meter hump of water, well, you can try and justify it to a model if you want. But that model isn't going to be real. You can't realize a 28.5 meter hump. You have to acknowledge that that is literally a model that you've just made from Googled numbers.
It's hard to accept that you've been fooled.
I don't know who's fooled them though, right? They've just been given a model. Most people have just stumbled along all the time. Not necessarily been fooled. I mean, could it be that this is one of the great things that you're meant to find for yourself? I mean, most of this journey that we've found ourselves on, we've found that you gain proofs and they're only going to be your proofs. It's up to you to prove it to yourself. So, I mean, is this the challenge that it's up to you to find it for yourself? Everybody's on their own journey and it depends wherever they want to take it for themselves.
Look, they convinced people that they live on a sphere, but somehow you're always on the top. Now, just that, if you have half a brain, you don't even need a full brain. Half a brain, you can think and say, wait a minute, I'm always on the top? Just that. So there's no bottom in their world, only top. Open is closed. Movement is stationary. You can shine lights on things, make them disappear. It's incredible.
Yeah, I can't. It's really hard for me to understand how. When Saragaki came in with the law of identity, right, which we shall now be calling Brenderisms, it's so hard to believe that that's been there all this time, right? We've been going over the level is horizontal and the idea that there's a group of people that think level is curved. Well, that developed into the straight line, into a circle. You know, some people think straight lines are circles. Some people think squares are straight lines. And then those squares can also be circles. If you can just define things however you want. And that's developed into this law of identity thing where people don't have an idea of what something is. It doesn't have to stay that thing. It doesn't necessarily have to be that thing. It can change what it is mid-conversation. You're talking from one thing and then end up talking about something else. The identity of everything can change in this relative world that they have developed. Like the fact everyone can be on the top. That's one of the strangest things, I think, as a glober to say.
Yep.
Completely model afflicted, right? The model dictates and they say that because that's the only thing that they can imagine. Everyone being on the top because everybody's on that horizontal plane. They can just imagine there's a tangent plane on the top and everyone's on that horizontal, but underneath there's just a ball.
It's fantastical.
Yeah. It's like we've got another logic guy in, David. Very. Yeah, welcome.
And we're
Law of identity is the got to be one of the biggest things, one of the biggest finds to label something as something and then go into a conversation with that something is a thing that's very rare to have around here. Most people talking about the same thing and understanding what everybody's talking about. Everybody talking about the same thing.
Yep. The law of non-contradiction. I always bring up a cat is not a dog, but there's a name for that. It's beautiful, you know? Yeah. You can't be one thing while being another thing. I mean, that's, you know, does somebody have to make a law for that? But apparently, yeah, they had to.
Like a circle cannot be a straight line.
Perfect example, yeah.
Mm-hmm. No matter, even if you call it great.
Yeah.
No matter how great a circle gets, it's never going to be a straight line. Only in people's imaginations does that happen.
My circle is so great that it's straight.
Yeah, you can imagine it's a straight line. It's like, no, you imagine that the straight line is a circle because you've got a model.
My little toy, whatever race car is on the bottom of this basketball. No, sir, you are mistaken. It is always on the top, sir. That's what you boneheads believe. Excuse my language.
Yeah, these have been a good few days recently. A lot of, we were saying that, you know, where do we go next, and like, where's this next step? We've been doing what we call advanced simplicity, trying to make this easy. And the easier we get it, the more of these simple things that come to us, the more simple it seems to be able to express it. Like these, the revelations, maybe a bit heavy. Wow. Some things that have just been shown to us over these last few days, to me anyway. It's been good. It's been a lot of it's been a lot eye-opening to be able to explain most of this stuff within paradoxes and to simplify it. I think we're doing quite good at the minute. The 12, the horizontal paradox, vertical plane paradox.
I'm having fun. I'm loving it. Especially since they brought back the bridge.
Yeah.
Oh, that was like 2 years, 3 years ago. Yeah. It's wow. Skateboard paradox.
That was Hoymar.
Yeah.
Right.
That was Hoymar. Yeah.
Hoymar came back as a noob, wanting to inject the bridge back into the conversation.
Bridge, yeah. I couldn't believe it when I was going, is he serious?
Yeah. Yeah, then we thought everyone's done a runner because of what we uncovered about that when we stormed the bridge. We planted our flag. We took ownership of it.
Renamed it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And here comes Hoymar bringing back the bridge. Wow, that was something that...
Yeah. Brenda's in the chat saying, I know. Bev knows not thing about logic. Well, we do t-shirt logic, Brenda. This is really simple, basic concepts about the law of identity, which we've now renamed Brenderisms or violations of the law of identity. We're calling Brenderisms because you seem to do that an awful lot, Brenda. You like really have an identity problem with everything that you're talking about. Mainly, I'm thinking it's because you don't really know what it is you're talking about. You just make stuff up. But other things, I think it's, you know the argument and how the argument requires you to have multiple different meanings for things so you can obfuscate an argument. But yeah, we just try and do really simple logic. Now, your massive brain power may be too advanced for this very simple, basic logic. We just deal with basic Aristotelian logic. We do not delve into paraconsistent logics or the Big Lebowski sort of type.
She deals in fuzzy wuzzy logic.
Yeah, that's it. Fuzzy logic. Yeah, we don't deal with that.
You take logic, you bend it, you turn it, you squeeze it, and you have Brenda logic.
Yeah, I don't think you should be messing about with logic like that. I definitely, if anybody spots any flaws in any of the logic that we talk about or anything, please come in and just have a conversation with us. I don't want to be dealing with any flawed logic. And especially I'd be thankful if somebody can show me some sort of a contradiction that I've missed or any sort of flaws or fallacies or anything like that involved in any of the stuff we talk about. Come in and have a chat. There's no need to do what Betty does and make up all sorts of fancy assumptions and whatever. Just come in and have a chat. Even Brenda. I mean, most people leave whenever.
Brenda has guts. I give her that.
Did you see the viewers though? I had
they dropped. I never seen a drop like that. Yeah.
Like 36 viewers and then Brenda opens her mouth and then boom, 16 viewers left.
That's
20
more
people
than half
just
your
switch
audience.
off. Yeah. Poof. I
Picture
can't
half
take
the bar
Brenda
getting up,
anymore.
saying "screw this" and just walking out of the bar.
Yeah, like the opening act is Brenda. Like it's like, no, I'm not having that.
I want my money back. I thought we were going to see Elton John, and you showed us this? Forget it. I'm out of here.
Right, what time is it? It's gone midnight. Yeah, I'm going to have to switch off and call it a day. Tomorrow will be Euclid night. And I don't know. It's getting hard to do shit different nights of the week. Euclid, we're going to have to do something. I'll have to, I don't know, maybe try and go over those planes. Although it's not really Euclid, and I wouldn't mind going through a few of the Euclid propositions, but I don't want to be taking us away from the conversations that we're having at the minute with the horizontal planes. So maybe we can go over t-shirt logic within Euclid and the proofs within Euclid that prove the geometrical facts of t-shirt logic. I mean, I guess we could do that. Sounds good. Keep on t-shirt logic. It seems to be helping us out, I think. And we need to keep on the horizontal planes. Maybe we'll try and involve Betty's argument back into it again tomorrow. Hopefully we can. So if anybody wants to come in and talk about the geometry of any of these arguments, obviously Euclid logic will be involved in it in a big way. But tomorrow, 8 o'clock, Euclid night. Hey George, welcome to come over if you want to help us out with any of the globe geometry, because we're going to be going over horizontal planes and how they're all parallel to each other, and the geometric principles that prove that horizontals are always parallel, and how it doesn't really work on a globe. I think we'll do that. How it can't really work on the globe, how it falsifies the globe model, all horizontals being parallel, George. I mean, it's a good one to go off, I think, geometrically. Anybody got anything they want to say before I...
Yeah, I want to say hi, George. That's it.
Yeah, don't be so bitter, George. I mean, you did help us out with the vertical plane paradox. You've got to know how big a problem that is for the geometric model of the globe.
Blue let George out? Isn't he supposed to stay over at the server?
Yeah, I think he's... George is unchained.
No way.
Right, Euclid. Buster. We've got a Buster song coming out. What anybody wants to finish it with a Buster song? I've got Agents, Straight Lines, We All Know You're Insane, and True Level Bitch. Anybody got any requests for the closing out song for Buster? We've had the logo, so we might have to get rid of that. What about, Buster needs to do one about horizontals being parallel.
We haven't heard the insane one for a while.
Insane, Sean Hawkins. Okie dokie. Closing out. See you guys tomorrow. Euclid night. Geometry.
Mañana a todos.
Yeah, Sean's going to sign us out. Thanks for watching.
I'm fucking pissed. I mean, there isn't a fucking scale on this goddamn planet that can measure how fucking pissed I am right the fuck now. Hey, so, yeah. I can't get any of these cowardly fucks to debate me. Unless someone can give me a good fucking reason to keep doing this, I'm fucking giving it up. I got better things to do with my time. Nobody ever cites my work. My Angles to Polaris video. Nobody ever cites that. It's not the best one in the world, but it's fucking something, with a physical model. And it gets a lot of compliments, so I know it's not complete shit. Nobody ever plays my videos on their live streams, or even little bits of it. When was the last time anybody shared any of my videos? My most popular video is the Angles to Polaris video, and it has less than 1,000 fucking views, and it's 2 years old. And I've got a shit community fucking not doing anything to fucking keep me doing it. Like I said, unless someone can give me a good fucking reason why I should keep streaming, I'm done. So, thanks for the fish. I'm so pissed off right now. I've got a shit community. Made me look like a fucking asshole. Motherfucker! Fucking asshole! Motherfucker! I'm so pissed off right now.
Your world is full of illusions, between fact and fiction.
Fucking talking shit
You never back your claims.
like a little cowardly bitch. Fucking talking shit.
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
Motherfucker!
Unstoppable force on immovable feet.
You don't know how fucking pissed I am.
Straight lines converge in the distance.
Fucking asshole!
Why do I get so much resistance? I know.
Fucking talking
You'll
shit
never prove me wrong.
right the fuck now. God damn it, fucker!
Now we get our physics deniers. Pathologic compulsive lies. I know. You'll never prove me wrong.
You don't know how fucking pissed I am.
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez.
It's where knowledge and ignorance meet.
Fucking asshole! Motherfucker!
Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion.
Fucking talking shit!
We all know you're insane.
God damn it! I can't get one of these pussies after fucking talking shit to this motherfucker. I fucking still like him, but he fucking pissed me off. Motherfucker! God damn, he owes me a fucking apology.
Talk about your 2D surface. We all know you ain't got no purpose in life. We think that you live on board.
I get fucking emasculated.
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez.
It's where knowledge and ignorance meet.
Fucking talking shit! Motherfucker!
Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion.
Fucking talking shit!
We all know you're insane. We all know you're insane.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez, and I'm pretty fucking pissed off. That's all I've got to say about it. Motherfucker! Made me look like a fucking asshole!